Hey Schwartz, hey everybody, happy Friday. Adam is going to finish up the work from Wednesday for Skeleseller about window size and resolution. In short, the more you expand the game window, the more of the world you'll see. Yeah, this should fix font blurriness. Font/sprite blurriness issues. I'm not going to write that. Let's just keep it at that, I guess. Hey, Tommy Man. Really expensive hello. Happy weekend indeed. I guess for you already, but for me, I have one work day to make it through. I'm doing well. I have kind of had a lot of sort of ups and downs with the schedule this year. There was the trip in like May and June, and then there was the trip in August. I mean, it's still August, and that's it. Now I'm hoping I can just kind of focus on working, on getting some stuff done. We got our work cut out for us today. I really think that the important thing is that I'm following these tenets that I have, and I only have 4 at this point, and they're all important. But these 2, I think, are the most important ones, which is sustainability. Can I keep doing this? Can I keep putting in time? And then making sure that I am just putting in that time. It's not just that I can do it, but that I am doing it. This bricklaying thing is just, imagine you're building a wall and you put down a brick at a time. You can see that progress. But with code, it's a little bit harder to see that progress in the bricks that you're putting down. Hey, code phobia. But I need to at least look at it that way of I'm still making progress every hour I put into this. And it's crazy to me that we're on day 44 of streaming this. And I mean, the game looks like how it does. When you start out, you've got nothing. You've got a blank canvas, and then you just start building things up and building things up. So yeah, the thing that I was mentioning that we're going to be working on is that this whole shrinking the window stuff. And I mean, obviously, okay, this is already done. You can shrink the window and it's working. But the real issue now that we need to work on is, okay, when you start battles, can you like switch between these? Are there buttons to make this easier to view? I don't think many people are going to, well, actually, I can't say many people won't have the window at this size. People playing in full screen shouldn't have to scroll battles at all or anything. But people not playing in full screen, I mean, you could have a large monitor and just have this take up a quarter of the window size or something like that. There was one other thing that I was thinking about here, which is, what did I set this minimum to? Why did I even do that? Minimum size, this. Minimum window height, 700. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Hey, Darkstorm. Thank you. Klotzkum, thanks for subbing. Hi. All right, well, we have a lot of work to do here. Hey, Blub. Okay, you know what I'd love to get rid of is this thing. Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy. This looks like a chat message every time, and it'd be nice if I could just delete this thing. I guess I could zap it away with, what is it, uBlock. But it'd be nice if there was just a stop showing this message. Yeah, uBlock Zapper. Yeah. Hey, Poetril. All right, set the battle camera zoom based on the screen size. This is not something we're going to do anymore. Layout and battle screen such that you can fit on smaller widths without needing to scale. Oh, wait, we don't even need to do this anymore, do we? I don't think so. I don't think anything changes here. Yeah, you just scroll. Okay, whew. All right, not bad. This is no longer needed now that we're not shrinking windows at all. Hey, Serial Pie. Missed so much of the progress. Feels like a totally different game. Yeah. I actually only showed you the newest thing, but actually, let me show you some of the slightly older things. So for some context here, we released checkpoint number 2 on, I don't know what. Anyway, I'm just going to make up a number, like August 10th or something like that. Oh, Poetril, thanks for resubbing. And 3 months in advance. How very nice of you. Anyway, we released checkpoint number 2 and we got a lot of feedback. And I bucketized the feedback into these different categories. And this is the stuff I want to tackle now for checkpoint number 3. And we've gotten done with these so far. And I don't know what you've seen, so I'll just show you a couple of them. For one, we're focusing on the new player experience a little bit more. So instead of starting and seeing a town and there's a bunch of activity and you're like, what in the world is going on? You're going to start and you're just going to see this, build guild. You won't even see the start battle stuff at the bottom, which by the way, I've got to get rid of at some point. Let me make sure I write that down. Make sure start battle doesn't even show up until you're supposed to see it. Also, it probably shouldn't take up the entirety of the bottom part of the screen. And maybe, I don't know what I want to do about that, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, so you're just looking at this at the beginning and you click build guild and it tells you you're going to make a guild and it's going to let you hire adventurers. And then now you can finally move the camera and you can hire an adventurer through this person. You get to pick which one you want and you hire them and now they'll show up in your town. Although even this is not going to look like this originally. Once you have your adventurer, you can now start a battle. So we click this, we start a battle. It's currently underneath where my face cam is showing. So if I move to the side, you can see the battle's taking place. And then once we win the battle, we get items just like we did before, but now they pop up out onto the ground. And I could actually move this around myself if I wanted to. And that lets us build our first shop. So now with our first shop, my character can pick this up and go bring it over there. And you don't even have a storeroom to begin with. There are no displays here. It's only once you get enough money that a sign will show up here and let you build your storeroom. And then you can start adding storage to this if you want. So this lets you get slowly introduced to the game and not just have a million things in your face. Like customers didn't even exist until you had an item for sale. And we're going to do a better job of slowly introducing that even more than what we've done. But I just haven't had that much time to work on it. All right. I think what we should do first is probably check in what I've done. This stuff probably shouldn't have changed at all. So I think I'm just going to delete this. And hopefully there's no problem with that. Because I know I touched a bunch of the layers. I don't know why it thinks there are changes here. Because I think I set everything back to normal, but I must not have. But that's why we got this button. So we'll just click this button a few times. Yeah, there we go. Oh, thanks, Atomic Man. Yeah, so now we've got these other tasks on this list to do. So we're working on the resolution stuff. The problem we had before was that when you opened up the game and you weren't exactly in a 1920 by 1080 window, then the font would look blurry, things would look bad. So yeah, we're fixing that. And then I think we're going to start working on some other little things, post-battle stats. We have the Paladin graphic, so we could start coding the Paladin, I guess. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we can do. And this all comes back to that bricklaying thing. It's almost not going to matter at some point what we work on. Like everything will just be the same priority. It's just going to be polish, make things look nice. And it's just lay a bunch of bricks, that's all. Okay, so we changed the layout of this stuff. I like to make clicking and dragging work. Do I have that written down? Yes. Yeah, a lot had to change to get this to work. The camera now gets centered. This is not needed anymore, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. Why did I have this? Because you could shrink the window. Yeah, now you don't need to shrink the window. So I think we delete this and we change the camera in instance. Where is the camera? Visible equals false. This should still be there. Where is the camera? What does bricklaying mean? What I was saying is just imagine that you're building a brick wall. You could ahead of time know how many bricks you have to place, and every single time you put one down, you can know exactly how much progress you've made. Coding is not that similar in that you can't tell ahead of time exactly how long it's going to take you or how many bricks you'll need, but every single one you put down is still a step toward your destination. And that's what I was saying, is it's just a mentality thing of like, just picture that every hour you're putting in is one more brick, and you don't know how many bricks it's going to take, but you needed to put each one of those 1 hours into it. The camera, I never actually found this. Hey, Buka. Where is the camera? Oh, here it is. Wait a second, though. This isn't even different. Unless, let me take a look. Instance slot. There's a camera here. What do we have this set to? Drag center. Yeah, fixed top left. So that's the overridden mode, right? Anchor mode equals 0. Yeah, let's try that now. Hey, mouse. But are you building the right wall? Yeah, that's true. You might not be applying your time correctly. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is, even if you're not applying your time correctly, possibly it's still that you had to go on that journey of applying it incorrectly to get to the correct point. Like, let's say I started building this game and it looked more like, I don't know, game A versus game B. Maybe I needed to do this anyway, even if this is the wrong choice, to figure out that game B is the one that I need to work on. Hey, Josh. Hey, Thoros. Welcome in. Welcome in. Gone for a month. I was gone for a couple weeks, so I've only been back for... This is the second day, I think. So you probably haven't missed too much. But yeah, we're working toward version 0.3. All right, as long as the battles look like they're... Yeah, I think they're still good here. Now, as you expand the window, maybe we want to center this. Or as you shrink the window, maybe we want to center it. I don't know. I don't know what we want to do there. I'm not super concerned. Yeah. Okay, but that looks good. Let's keep looking through the changes. Let's just close out of all these things. Whoops. Do I play games? I do play games, yeah. Lately, it's been a lot of a mobile game called Nanogram's Katana. I just played some Diablo 2 yesterday. I'll probably be playing Risk of Rain 2 at some point. And then a bunch of Switch games that I haven't gone through yet, like Pikmin 4, Super Mario Wonder. There's the new Zelda that's coming out in September. Am I missing something? I think that's it. What's the inspiration for this? It's hard to say, because the way that we planned this game was I looked through my entire game ideas list, and it's got like, I don't know, 50 plus ideas. And some of them are just very small mechanics, and some of them were entire games. And these ideas were accumulated over the course of years. So I don't remember what prompted that idea exactly. Read something about open sourcing and looking how the decision came about. Oh, for Botland? Yeah, I don't have a command for that. The decision came about because Altman offered their time. I didn't want to open source Botland because it would take a bunch of time. So now I guess we can all watch Altman and figure out exactly how long it takes. But yeah, hey APX. A lot of Copilot. My work is pushing it hard. They point to some white paper that it leads to 30% productivity. I think you mean a 30% productivity boost, because otherwise it's 70% loss. But yeah, I think it's been helping me. And either way, you can just choose not to use it if you don't want to. I mean, I know your work is pushing it, but you could just put it behind a hotkey and only use it when you want to. Hey, Magnus. And hey, Dandy. Yeah, for me, what I tend to use it for a lot is just smart autocomplete. So if I type like if at event here, it tries to complete it with something. In this case, I think it's exactly the same line as what's beneath it. But like, let's say I didn't have that written. That would be pretty good to have. I think a lot of times too, there's code you write where, like that code that I have right here, there's zoom in code and there's zoom out code. And if I just delete this entirely and I just put an if here, it probably knows that you want to write the zoom out code. So it just did that. And that was it. Like that's the code I would have written. So yeah, I do think it helps. Well, maintaining open source is different from just making something open source. I don't plan on maintaining this, but even just getting it to be out there, there are different levels of effort you can put in, but at the minimum, you need to scrub secrets from your repos. You can't just put some code online and trust that you've got kind of everything in order. So at the minimum, you have to do that. But then the next level above that is just literally make your repo public. And that's not hard to do, right? You click a checkbox on a website, and that's the bare minimum. Then beyond that is like, okay, give you instructions on how to run it, make sure it's user friendly, make sure there are no security issues, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, actually maintain it. There's a bunch of different levels there. started a comp sci bachelor this year, and our teachers are actively going to teach Copilot because they see it can be beneficial and it's useless to try to stop people using it. Yeah, plus I think the other thing here that maybe a lot of people consider, maybe they don't, is that it's just going to get better. There is a lot of funding behind AI right now, and these technologies are still relatively nascent in terms of consumer usage. So what happens when a year from now it's gotten even 10% better or 20% better? And who knows, maybe it caps there, but I don't think it's capped already. I think it's going to keep getting better. And at the very least, it's like, if you had infinite resources, I think all of these tools could just be better right now because you'd be able to provide more context and allow for more power behind all of this and get faster answers. But it wouldn't make sense to give everyone infinite resources. So there's subscription services and they provide a certain number of tokens of this thing. But yeah, imagine if this just runs on your machine, and consumer machines just come with some, neural processing unit, and that's how it gets better. I don't know. Anyway, I think it's already pretty good though. Just switch me to another stream I've never watched before. Is that by swiping left and right? Because I think I've seen that behavior before, but I don't really use the mobile app. Why did I turn this off? Oh, vertices needed to be off. Just the transform. Got it. Okay. And then what is this? Why is this in here twice? 2D snap and Windows snap. Huh. I don't know why there are two of these. They're in project settings though. If we just search for snap, what do we find? Snap 2D vertices to pixels. And yeah, there are two of these. Huh. But we don't want this other one on, do we? Yeah, I don't think we want this on. And I think it even tells you use the other one. Not recommended to use this with snap transforms. Okay, I'm going to turn this off and we're going to see what happens. I didn't even touch my phone. Oh, okay. Then yeah, this is buggy. Or it's on some kind of slideshow thing. We're the first year getting that approach to AI tools as well. It's been up in the air. Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how that happens, how that all works, because wow, that's like super broken. A lot of the concern with AI has been, how is it for junior engineers? And if you're in school, then you're pretty much by definition a junior engineer. I mean, if you're doing a bachelor's degree for it. So will it impede your learning at all? So I'd be interested to see how that all works out. Then again, I mean, it is just a tool. Something's very bizarre here. All I did is change this, and now somehow the game is not taking up the full window size. That shouldn't have anything to do with this. If I turn this back on and then restart this, does it? I might have accidentally deleted something else. I must have. Oh boy, what did I just change? Because it shouldn't have been any of this. Hey Krasner, happy Friday. Excuse me. I don't know how I broke this. Okay, well, whatever. Let's go take a look. It should be pretty obvious from here. We go to window. Where is window? There. Viewport, keep integer. This is all fine. No, wait, no. This should be disabled. How did that get set to viewport? Yeah, there. That should fix it. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so does everything still look the same? And this is really hard to tell because I just changed one option and now we want to see, is everything still the same as before, but we don't have a side-by-side comparison. So just, does anything look wrong? And I don't think so. Yeah, I don't see anything weird. Do we have, yeah, we have a storeroom, nice. Yeah, I don't think anything's off. Okay, cool. I don't think anything should have been off though. It's not like I suspected that would break things. I just want to make sure it didn't. Okay, we're almost ready to check this in. I have some gd.prints somewhere that I need to delete. Yeah, this can be deleted. This window size change thing, what is this even doing here? It just prints this out. Okay. I'm gonna copy paste this somewhere because we might need this, but I don't need it now. This is just a mess. Whatever. All right, so code I may want to save. Yeah, window size changed, and then get the size. Okay. Oh, by the way, I looked in this sprite bleeding thing. I think it's a known issue, but you know, normally that would give me some hope, but the date on this does not give me hope because it's been an issue since 2022. So what are the odds this gets fixed? It's been almost 2 years now. And I'm not sure this is the exact same problem, but yeah, we can work around it if we need to. One of the things we can do is just change the sprite sheet so that there is a gap between the sprites. Okay, so I'm going to delete this and this. And the other things need to stay. This blank line doesn't really matter. I guess we can just delete that too. All right, looks good, looks good. Window size change we don't need. Window size change. So we're using VS. Is there anything like that for Vim? I'm using VS Code, if that's what you mean. And is there anything like that for Vim? I don't know about for Vim specifically, but I know for sure you can use Vim key bindings for VS Code, and then you just kind of get the best of both worlds there. This is all fine. I think this can be cleaned up a little bit, but I don't think it's important to do right now. Anything else? Oh, this. Whoops. That probably shouldn't be there. Let's leave it for now. Yeah, let's leave it for now. I think I think we need some animation if we're going to do this. Actually, I'm not even totally sure. Let me take a look at this. So if you have 3 battles, I made it so that, so this one's the rogue, for example. This battle's playing out. If you press home, it'll shift it to the side. So you can basically move this around like a carousel. And if you press end, it'll shift it to the other side. So you can move something between these first 2 slots, for example. And the whole reason for that is because if you're in a screen, if you're in a view that's smaller than 1980 by 1020, then you can't see everything at once. So either you scroll or you use the carousel thing. But is it worth it to do the carousel stuff here? I think maybe it is. I'm just not sure. If you see an arrow floating over here, like a left arrow, if when you click it, you'll expect it to do what it, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it doesn't matter. Because the other thing I'm concerned about is, okay, we have 3 battles. The warrior's on the left. If I just scroll so that this is out of view, where should that left arrow show? Like, should probably show here maybe? So we center the battles and then I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what we're going to do about that. Probably need to animate the carousel feature. For now, we'll just delete this. Yeah, why is this yellow? Oh, I see. And then this is going to need to get deleted at some point to delete this debug code. Does it break when you don't have any? Let us find out. Nope. Looks like it's fine. Okay. Looking good, looking good. So none of this code is needed. Oh man, it's always super hard to tell if I have a new line there or not. I don't think so. And this isn't needed. This isn't needed. What is this? Show instances view. This is when you hire an adventurer. Oh, this kind of is needed. Okay, what am I going to do for this? Let's just get this and make it be visible, I guess. Sub viewport container dot show. So then we hide that by default. Where is that sub viewport container? This scroll container. What? Where is this thing? Instances sub viewport container. Is that here? Instances. No. Is it in this one? Just crashed. Well, that's fun. It's not even gonna reopen? Okay, fine. I just want to see where this thing is. Yeah, I don't remember what scene I put it in. I guess we could just search for it. Because all the scene files are just text anyway, right? Oh, it doesn't show up. Oh, I got rid of it. Oh, that's why. Well. Yeah, so if we want to show this, then we need to just get this, I guess, scroll container, instances view. The whole scroll container can be hidden. Yeah, I guess let's do that. So access as unique name, and then we'll give it a better name. Instances scroll container. Hey, Goose. How you doing? All right, so we take that, and we show it. So that means we need to hide this by default. Why does it keep showing up? How many times do I have to click that? Oh, is that breaking something? I don't know. I'm going to hide that, and we're going to test this out. Okay, so yeah, there's no start battle button at the bottom here. You build the guild. As soon as you hire an adventurer, it should show up. Yes. And we probably want to animate that coming in. I'll just write it down. Animate the start battle. Oh wait, that's already there. Also, it should animate on its way in. Okay. All right, so now do we have any like random stuff printing out here about window sizes or something? If I start a bunch of battles, if I press a bunch of keys, did anything print out? No. All right, we're in good shape. I think we can check this in. So allow resizing the game window. It will just show more of the town. Well, more or less of the town. As you resize, battle windows will now appear in a scroll container so that you can still see all of them. Yeah. Oh, okay, good. So now we can't lose any of that code. This, I don't think we're probably going to need. I'm not. I'm still a little torn because I don't know how people are going to play the game. Will they play it in full screen and they're paying attention to it? Or will they have it like off to the side? I guess if you have two monitors, you might full screen it on the other monitor. But will people want to play in a window very often like this? And what does this affect? Oh, what it affects is if people are going to play like this, that probably we should shrink the size of these battle windows a little bit so that there's just a little less scrolling you have to do. And the way we would do that is by cutting out one column from each of these, which would be like adding about 50 pixels to the window size. So it wouldn't let you see a whole lot more, but it'd be a little bit more. Excuse me. Oh, the cough hasn't gone away. Oh, I think it's on its way out. I guess the other thing about decreasing the, like taking a column out of this is that then the end battle screen will also have a column taken out of it. I'm not going to do anything about it for right now. Let's just kind of keep an eye on that. We'll see what people end up doing. Yeah, update. We would also shrink the end battle screen if we did this. So for now, I'm just not going to do anything. Okay. All right, guild sign can bleed a bit. Yeah, I think this is in my notes. As long as yeah, it's in my notes. If this is still a problem later, I'll make an issue about this. In fact, we can just convert to issue. There we go. Oh, it didn't get the link, did it? No, it didn't. Okay, well, we'll need to copy this. Why can't I click the link? There we go. This issue. Okay, see if sprite bleeding is still a problem. At least as of today, the guild sign at the beginning of the game can bleed. Wait a second. Can it bleed if you just start the game, or is this only when you resize the window? You can't move the camera at all. So I think it's only when you move the window. No, it's not even move the window. It's just resize it. Yeah. Okay, it happens when you resize. But you can see all the sprites stretching a little weirdly when you do this. And when you let go, it doesn't fix it. But there's got to be some way to fix this. And moving the camera... No, you can't move the camera, that's right. I wonder... The window size is only ever integer coordinates as far as Godot is concerned, but I wonder on Mac... No, on Mac it would also... The operating system must see it as integer sizes as well. Wouldn't make sense to have a fraction of a pixel, would it? I don't know. Yeah, I'll just write this down as a thing to look into later. I'll take a picture here. And then I'll take another picture. And then I will draw an arrow. In case it's not already obvious. Guild sign at the beginning of the game can bleed if you resize the game window to certain dimensions. I think it's this issue, but we could work around it by adding padding to the sprite sheet, or perhaps by calling some function to I don't know, resize the game window to dimensions that would work. Hey, Caleb. There's some form of 2x scaling going on that could cause some sort of 0.5 offset. I don't think so, but I don't know. Maybe this has to do with the resolution I have set. In fact, let me try something. Hang on. Excuse me. What if I change my resolution to be this? Okay, so everything got tiny now, right? I wonder if it can still happen. Oh, this is super weird. I have to move the mouse twice as far to get to things. All right, so the game still looks exactly the same. That's as expected. Then I drag the, yeah, it can still happen. Okay, yeah. So I don't know what's doing it exactly, but I'll have to look into this later. Oh, this is so annoying. This is the native resolution of my monitor. I just don't ever use it like that because I want everything scaled. I think it's this issue, but given the age of the issue, we'll probably have to work around it. Ideas. Add padding to the sprite sheet. See if we can call some function to resize the game window to dimensions that would work. Yeah, that's it. I don't have any other ideas. All right, now go back to the last issue. Oh, cool. I put it here in the issue. Nice. Except for I don't want to do this now. So we're just going to cross that off. Next, allow scrolling via mouse drag in the battles. Okay. We don't have a camera script on those. So we need to know... Oh, we do have a camera though. But actually, all we care about is what's hosting these instance slots, which is this instances view. So this should probably have some mouse handler here. Let's just go fetch some code. Is dragging. Is dragging. Gets set over here in unhandled input. So let's copy paste all of this. I just want to see if this even works. It might not. Do we have an unhandled input? We should because of the carousel thing. Yeah. All right, so all we need is this, delete, delete, delete. All right, position doesn't exist, but it would be the scroll position. So let's just print something out here. This would scroll by, well, we don't need to zoom here. Yeah, there. Okay. Let's try that out. So we need some battles to exist. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Yeah. And then what happens if one of these battles ends? Or all of them end? Ah, that's a problem now. I still want it to scroll. We could still get that to work, although I'm a little concerned about this, by getting rid of the mouse handler on the background of this. But then if you could hover over enemies, you'd be able to see details about the enemies when you wouldn't expect to. It's not currently a problem. But yeah, I can definitely foresee it being a problem. Do we have an issue on this? Tool tips. Yeah, here, right here. Also note that as of this date, when you lose a battle, enemies aren't removed from the battle, but the end battle screen shows. Make sure you can't see enemy tooltips when the battle is over, since that's probably not expected. Maybe it is? No, it's probably not. Yeah. All right, so all we need to do then is get rid of the mouse handler on that, I think, which should be very simple. Set to pass already. Ah, it's set to stop right here. We set it to pass as well, and I think that should do it. What happened? Where's the game? What? What's going on? That was weird. All right. So now we click win, and then we see, no, it's not working. Wait, oh yes, it is working. But it shouldn't work when you do something like this. No, it does. Because this isn't consuming a mouse click. I guess not, but a button would be. Yeah, okay. I think this is working. So now we just need to make it scroll. And that should be simple, although I don't know what the call is to that. Scroll container Godot. Probably just a property on this somewhere. Scroll horizontal. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so we just need to update it. Scroll horizontal. Where is the scroll container? Oh, it's not in this stupid thing. Ah, it's in the parent. Drat. Yeah, this is a problem. Also, why is there an exclamation mark here? Tend to work with a single child control. What? Why is that showing up? It does have a single child. Is it because it's not visible? What is going on right now? Why is the exclamation mark here? Huh. I don't know why that's happening. Excuse me. Well, regardless, we need to get the parent of this then for now and do this, and then I'll need to refactor this probably. What's it called? Scroll container. Scroll container equals get parent. Converting null or possible null value. I don't care about that. Scroll container dot horizontal scroll. This is an integer, right? Yeah, an integer. So now we just plus equal motion event dot relative. Cannot implicitly convert type float to int. Math dot round. And then int. Okay. Let's see if that works. It might be the wrong direction. Although actually, now that I think about it, there's natural scrolling. Although I guess it's vertical. Yeah, it's the wrong direction. So let's do minus equal. And now when we have 3 battles and we just drag between them, that is working exactly how I expect. Same thing with this, hopefully. Yes, perfect. Very nice. Yeah, very nice. Pretty happy with that. Just not happy with this part. I think all of the instance stuff should be encapsulated inside one class and currently has a scroll container on top of it. So this should be the instances view, which means we gotta change this stuff. All right, what's the script called? Instances manager. So we detach it from here. Instances manager. We attach it to here. And then rename this to instances view. Oh, wait, you can't do that. We gotta what is this thing? It's a box container. We're just gonna call this box container then. And call this instances view. Now we gotta go change a million different things, starting with this. There. Now the instances manager, its type, no, it doesn't need to change the type, but it does need to add children to a different part of the scene tree, which is now a box container. All right, so private, it can just be a control. Instances container. I'll call it instances container. I think that's better than box container. Instances container. All right, now we get that from ready. Get node control instances container, sure. Then anywhere we have add child, we're gonna do it on the instances container. That's good, but now we need a remove child as well. Oh no, we don't, because it's a queue free call, so it automatically removes it from its parent. I think that's it. I think this should just work. So we can just break something. So now when we hire our first adventurer, that should show. It did not, which means I've broken something already. What is the problem here? Node not found, battle placeholder relative to instances view. Oh yeah, my bad. Access as unique name. And then what's that start battle button? Your title game is weak. You need alarm bells and drama too. You know, I'm not poking fun at someone in particular with this, but I have noticed that some people only use all caps titles and put emojis in their titles. And I just, there are kind of 2 naming styles you can use. One is something descriptive about what the actual work you're doing is, and then the other is just some like random thing or maybe some news or whatever, some constant title. And I don't want to come up with different titles every single day. So I just, as a joke, did this. Okay, so there's the start battle button. We put that there. Well, welcome in. Hope you're having a good Friday here. Instances container, we need that too. Oh, it's already unique. All right, let's try that out. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm like slowly getting back to being myself. The title made you click on the stream. Well, hi, Lone Shark. Welcome in. If you're curious about the game I'm making, it's called Skeleseller. I've got a tiny FAQ there that I just linked in chat. What you're seeing me do here is not even really the gameplay. I'm testing. Darn it, still not working. I'm testing a very tiny portion of this, but I try to have as many commands as possible in chat so that people can get on board with what's going on here. Instances manager to type control. Something's amiss with that, because this shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. It is a control, right? Yeah, it is a control. Which means instances view. I typed it correctly. Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong here. Huh. What did I do wrong? Okay, let's try something else. Let's make it a scroll container and see if that fixes this. If it does, then we know that it's a type problem and not a can't find the... Wait, it knows... I don't know. I'm just gonna try this again. Okay, no, it seems to still have been broken. Can't cast... Oh, wait, I know what's going on. Instances manager is a node, not a control. Oh, yeah, my bad. And this inherits from node. Yeah, all we care about is that it's a node anyway. So we can just set this to node and then everything should be fine. Oh, node doesn't have show though. Okay, well then I guess we have to make this a control. Yeah. Let's try running that. Ah, finally. Okay, yeah. Ooh, that's broken. Is there an error over here? Yes, there is. It just crashed Godot, crashed something. Okay, object not set to an instance of an object. Instance manager, line 187. There you go. Oh, the parent. Right, of course. This is no longer a parent. This thing itself is a scroll container. So I guess we call this a scroll container here. And then instead of get parent, we just do scroll horizontal. And hey, Lumen. Man. Okay. Now to test this out. Something's still amiss with that, but yeah, this is generally working. So why won't it hide the battle placeholder? Oh, something's broken there. Show end of battle screen, battle ended, line 270. Instance. Instance must not exist? That's strange. It's really strange. Bunch of things are going wrong right now. This, oh, I see. Yeah, I see. This is in the wrong spot now. Oh, I only searched for add child and remove child. I did not search for get children. And that's the only place that happens. Oh my God. All right, well, that's instances container, not get children. I think that might fix it. There might be some other portion of this I haven't done yet, but now let's try creating. Okay, good. So that went away. And now we just wait for one of these battles to finish and take a look at the console. I got to delete that printout now that it's actually scrolling. Yeah, it looks like everything's working now. Cool. This would scroll by... Delete that. Great. Okay, cool. So we can drag, we can scroll. Oh, wait, does scrolling go in the correct direction? Yeah, I guess so. And then we can use the carousel thing. Oh, no, we can't do that anymore? Did I delete that? Or is it just broken? Child is not a child of this node. Oh, I probably broke the carousel stuff then, huh? Yes, I did. Oh my god. Oh. Instances container. All right, there. Now I'm pretty confident that we've gotten everything working, but I will try it one more time. Yeah, good. Cool. Great. So allow scrolling via mouse drag in the battles. I think we're done with that. Oh, wait. Oh, there's one last part I wanted to do, which is now put this in its own scene. There's no reason for it to be here. And I guess this can be called an instances manager. Is that what the script is called? Instances manager, yes. All right, put you in your own scene. Scenes. Instances manager. I came for the title. Welcome in, EJ. Welcome in, abandoner of discords and streams. Thanks for the resub, by the way. I checked out the messages. By the way, does it make a sound? It did. Yeah, wow, harsh. Not as harsh as you're treating your viewers, your devoted fans. But we all project, don't we? Anyway, how's it going? There. I think now we're in pretty good shape. Let's try this out. Scheduling my therapy session. Uh-oh, that's a bug. Sign should not be self-aware. Which means I forgot to save something. Instances manager. Manager. What's going on? What's the problem with this? Instances view. Oh, it was saved in multiple locations. I didn't know that. I guess we should search for that. Yeah. Sign net. Signs are out of control. Now that's what I want. I should know that it's a sign. Although this is still broken. Fantastic, isn't it? It's set to be hidden by default. What is going wrong? That's strange. Yeah, what is going wrong there? This code should be getting hit. Put a breakpoint there. Oh, I guess I never hired an adventurer. Huh. Hey, Meow Mew. Okay. Does this work? Sub viewport container. Shouldn't be called sub viewport container anymore. Visible is false, and it's called, it gets show called on it, and now it is true. So it should be showing, right? It's not though? Is it because this is invisible? Oh, I think that's why. I think I have two controls for visibility. I need to turn this one off. That's weird if that's the case. But it's such an easy fix that I guess I don't really care. No, that doesn't fix it. How is this wrong? Instances manager. Yeah, weird. Hey, Chris. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. All I did is I moved this thing into its own scene, and now I can't make it visible. What if I have it be visible by default? Try and tell me this is broken. It's not. Wow. It's not showing, I mean. Did I change the sizing when I did this? Maybe I messed that up. There's no... Oh, there's a layout here. 288. I didn't change anything there. Oh, I'm so confused. Yeah, there's a start battle button here. Why doesn't this show up? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Is it... Oh, maybe its position changed. Is that what happened? Position is 792. Okay, I might need to set it over here. 792. Yeah, now I can see that it does not have a width. Interesting. So I needed to set this here, 1920. And then make it invisible. Going to accidentally work. All right, yeah, now it's good. Okay, so when you save it as a different scene, it doesn't get the right size in the parent. Actually, it seems like it might be a Godot bug. And yeah, this is working, so that's all I care about. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh no, dragging isn't working anymore. Oh my god. Everything keeps breaking. How did this part fail now? It was all working perfectly. All I did is move this thing into a different scene and it broke like everything. All right, well, fine. Where do we have the mouse drag stuff? Here. And this was working. Let's print out is dragging. Start it from here. I just want to see, is that even getting called? How would it not? No, it's not getting called. Something isn't allowing it to get mouse events, probably. That's set to pass. That's set to ignore. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And then what about over here? Set to pass. Hey, Chippy. That's it. We got Chippy. Mission accomplished. We can change the title back. Doing boring stuff. Hope everyone's Friday is going well. I'm having a good time. I have the right expectations for today, which I think is important. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. Huh. And I just had this working too. Maybe I'm going to set it to pass and just see what happens. Does that cause this to work? No. Hey, Pretzel. Hey, Faceless Voice. Hey, Sterling. How did I break this? This is like the simplest thing. Unhandled input isn't being triggered. Oh, you know what we could do? We could launch this through here and then take a look at the debugger and see what it thinks we're clicking. Okay, I'm going to set this up off screen and then click this. And under MISC, there's last click control. And it thinks I'm clicking a sub viewport container. What is the sub viewport container? It must be this. Huh. I wonder if this is a problem with it being in a different scene. What if I disable? I just ignore mouse input on that. Does this start to work? I think so. Yeah. Wow, weird. So this is stopping it? This is a big problem. Yeah, this is a really big problem. Oh, man. Not. Okay, well, how about this? We know how we could get back to, if I just do this, if I say, maybe this, does that fix this? It'd be strange if it did, but maybe it'll work. It does. Are you serious? This got to be a bug. Okay. Is it working? No, it's not working. We're not getting input events, I guess. Editing horizontal scroll. Hey, crows. I hear you're first today. Something is so bizarre about this. Yeah, it says that it's heading the horizontal scroll, but it's not actually. Huh. Is this no longer a scroll container? No, it is. Explain it in Subway Surfers terms, please. Subway Surfers. I don't even think I've heard of this term. Oh, it's not a term. It's a mobile game. Well, I've never heard of the game. But it's like when you're... Oh, I have seen this game. I saw this... someone was making a YouTube video or something, or a Twitch. They had some stream I saw, and they had this playing, but it had nothing to do with their content. I played some Endless Runners, but the ones that I played were the Sonic one, and I can't remember the name of this other one. I played a lot of the Sonic one. I'm trying to think of what the other ones were. Oh, and I guess Redungeon. I love that game. This is one of my favorite mobile games. I don't even think it's like downloadable anymore. No, maybe it is. Yeah, this game was great. The way this game worked was, where's a good example? It was an endless runner, but it wasn't like forced movement. So you had well, like a directional pad on the screen, and when you pressed up, you moved up, and when you pressed left, you moved left. But if you stuck around for too long, you'd lose. And each little section of the game had some set of obstacles and enemies and stuff, and your character might have different abilities you could use. It was pretty cool. Yeah. Presto, this started a while ago, though. Or at least I remember seeing some videos on YouTube maybe 10 years ago where they'd just be talking about something, but they'd have like Counter-Strike gameplay in the foreground. And they never mentioned the Counter-Strike gameplay. It was just there. All right, so what's going on with this? What is the horizontal scroll? Like something's definitely broken here. And maybe it has to do with putting a scroll container in its own scene. Yeah, you wouldn't want to stare at a blank screen, but you could just, the person could just be showing themselves. Is this doing anything? Oh, the placeholder doesn't work for scrolling that. Okay, I gotta keep that in mind. Oh, maybe it doesn't know that it should scroll. Oh, I see what I've done now. This probably lost its layout mode, and I didn't realize that. I need to set this to bottom wide. Oh, man, I think that's what did it. In which case, I think I can undo some of the stuff I just did. Okay, yeah, now we can scroll again. Okay, that's a relief. Now do we need that other change to be here? What if I just make these not editable? And then restart this? I guess it's easier to show gameplay than it is to do a bunch of takes where you have a webcam on or something. Yeah, good, this is working again. Okay. Then I mean, I think there was still a Godot bug, but I think it's a little... It's very subtle. I had an anchor set on this, and when I exported it to a new scene, I think it deleted the anchor from here. And maybe that's expected behavior, and I wasn't expecting it myself. But it seems like everything's working again. Yeah. I feel like something came up while I was talking about this. Oh yeah, the battle placeholder. Okay. Allow dragging by the battle placeholder to show other battles. Death stare someone for 15 minutes straight. Yeah, I think it probably comes down to the amount of work it is. And maybe the attention span thing you mentioned. All right, I want to check this in, then I'm going to take a quick break. Let's take a look at all of this. Yeah, moved instances manager into its own scene. This is good. The more stuff that gets out of the town scene, the better. And allow dragging with the mouse. Yeah, cool. Allow dragging instances via mouse, left click. It used to be that the only way to scroll the instances container was to use the scroll wheel, but now you can click and drag. I also exported the instances manager into its own scene. Cool. All right, take care, Pressel. I'll probably see you in the afternoon though. I expect you to come back. All right, we've checked in and we can click this satisfying checkbox right here. And then we will work on all this stuff in a little bit. So I'm going to take a quick break. You can all play Jump Royale. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again, close the game. Hey Cosmo, welcome in. Okay, animating the carousel feature is not important right now. Make sure start battle doesn't show up until you're supposed to see it. Also, it probably shouldn't take up the entirety of the bottom of the screen. Also, it should animate on its way in. Yeah, so I don't know how this should look. And this is always the problem that I have, is you can't code something if you don't even know what it is you're supposed to code. So when you hire your first adventurer, you can see this start battle button, but like it probably shouldn't take up the entirety of the bottom of the screen. So maybe we just center it and give it a maximum width. Yeah. Hey Trackley, I unfortunately don't know, but hopefully someone can chime in. There are a decent amount of web devs in Discord if you want to ask there. Okay, so where's the start battle button? Here. And this is all inside of the battle placeholder, which is here. And if we just give this if we do that and do shrink center, probably should make this a square. Yeah, there. All right. Now it looks like garbage. It's gonna look even worse too once our instance is added in. Like if I click create instance once, there's gonna be a start battle button just kind of floating there. I feel like this could have a background. It could be solid, it could have a border, it could whatever else, it could look more enticing. But it does kind of make me wonder if it's worth having it at all. Maybe when you hire an adventurer, they just go right into battle, although you won't know what got them into battle. No, you should have to start the battle. I don't know what to do about this. Yeah. And I think it's going to be confusing for players who don't realize that this is even there once they have a couple battles started. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you should do. Okay, so battles no longer have dedicated screen space. They now show up over the world. How should you start battles? You could click the portal in the world. No. Problem with that is that it wouldn't work if you already have 3 battles running. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do. All right, well, option number 1 is that. Sure, I think there's a problem with that. Option number 2 is show a start battle button somewhere at the bottom of the screen. Maybe, what if we gave it a little bit of spacing and maybe a border or something? I think it might be better. Hey Dale, make it top right window anchored or something. It should not be in the carousel. It's a totally different kind of UI that does not fit there at all. The thing is, okay, so I guess there are some other constraints about this. However this works, well, I guess there are 2 ways of starting battles. Yeah, so no matter what our solution is, you can only have up to 3 battles at a time. When you don't have any battles, you need some way of starting one. I mean, that's kind of obvious, I guess. And then when you have all 3 battles, this way of starting one is no longer needed, since you can reuse battle windows. Well, show a start battle button somewhere. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to do this. It doesn't have to be at the bottom of the screen. Well, so the thing about putting it in the carousel is originally this was dedicated screen space. And then I think it would have made sense because it was going to take up that screen space anyway. But yeah, now I don't think it makes as much sense. But I'm not sure what final UI we're going to have for this stuff. Let me see if I can find... Darkstorm made a graphic a while ago. I'm scrolling through our chat history to see if I can find it. But I think I'm scrolling through the wrong chat. Oh man, where is this? I think I'm still scrolling through the wrong chat. I think I might be on GitHub. Or it was just so long ago that I'm not scrolling up far enough. Oh, wait, there it is. Ah, I found it. Okay, so Darkstorm made this mock-up a while ago, which is just some game Chrome to sort of hold the UI that would be always accessible. So imagine, you know, your money is shown here, you got a game menu thing, maybe you got a way of clicking skills or something. There could be a start battle button in this sort of Chrome. I do wonder about this. Rounded sword button icon floating somewhere in the meantime could already be better. Yeah. I wonder this portal thing. Okay, so what if, yeah, there's something in world. You click this portal, and I mean, this could be highlighted and glowing and whatever else. Click this portal and it pops up. I can't do this now that I've already started 3 battles, but yeah, so you, oh, whoops, guess we need the guild. Okay, you click the portal and it pops up this dialogue, and this is how you'd start a battle. But then once you have 3 battles, clicking the portal, oh, I guess the other problem with clicking the portal is that items are going to show up on top of it like it is now, so you can't actually click it. Yeah, I guess that's not going to work. Or alternatively, what we could do, we could just make it so the items spew outside of the portal area. So we could dedicate like a whole platform to this. That could work. But yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this because of what happens when you already have battles running. Also, items can show up on top of the portal, but we could fix that. Yeah. Always be visible, potentially disabled, but not related to map, which could be panned and zoomed. Well, I'm not sure about always visible, because when you have 3 battles running, I think you can just get rid of it forever. But yeah, I think I generally agree with you. So you're suggesting put something like up here. Thing is, I want it toward where the battles actually start. And I guess it could still just be a floating sword icon there, like you mentioned. But yeah, you get your first adventurer, and then a battle icon would show up here. But then once you get your first instance, I guess there would still be a battle icon floating here. Actually, this itself looks a little strange too. Now this isn't dedicated screen space. I guess I never really thought about this case. Whether or not we have a start battle button showing here, having the battle window show at the bottom with no real context is a little strange. And we could put a border around it and separate it from the world, but I still think it's going to look a little weird. Hey, Cubic. I think anywhere but in the carousel at this stage would be a win. Talk about it later in UI and UX stream. Okay. Well, let's do that then. Do we have any graphics that could represent a battle? Uh, items. 'Cause I could make like 2 crossed swords. Did this not even open? What did I just do? Oh, I see. It opened up a dialogue on my other monitor. Yeah, I could just like throw a sword and a shield together on a button. Although those sword and shield things might look like swords and shields you can get in the game. I guess it could just be a sword for right now, and we just don't worry about that. Hey, Scoreline, it's going well. Yeah, I've been working on. Okay, so the main thing for the last, I guess, like 2 days, if you want to call it that, has been making it so that you can resize the game window and not have everything look like garbage. So now what happens when you have multiple battles is that you can just drag between them like this. And there are a couple things that are a little bit odd. I think we should probably add a border sooner rather than later about the battles. So I'll write that down here. Add a border around the instances so that they're clearly separated from the world. Yeah, Hideo just showed up again 2 days ago. Just came crawling back. JK. Hearts to Hideo. Yeah, so how about this? Let's change this whole thing. This right now is a container with all this stuff. I don't think it needs to be, but I think it needs a tooltip. So all of this is just for the sake of one button. Oh, I think we can have icons on this, right? New Atlas texture. Yeah, what if we just put, what if we did this? Can we drag this here? It's not going to work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, now we need to set a region on it, though. Is this no longer an Atlas texture? It's no longer an Atlas texture. I put it in the wrong spot. There. All right, now let's pick a nice looking sword. How about this one? This is at 192, 160. 192, 160. Okay, that sucks. The icon needs a texture filter, and we can't. Ah, darn it. There's got to be a way to do this, right? Godot button set text texture filter different from icon. I guess this isn't possible. This is not what I want. This probably is not possible. Set icon texture filter. Oh man. Here it is. Wait, this is not it, right? This doesn't even have to do with a filter. Although maybe we should find it through here. Button icon texture filter. There's no... Oh wait, there's icon behavior. Maybe that's what I want? No. Man. There's no way to do this. Because you can see here the sword is blurry, and if I change this to nearest, then the sword will get crisp, but now the font will look jagged. So there's no way to have the right filter for each individual thing. I need to make a special component for this. And I'm just a little surprised about that. But I guess the whole thing is a canvas item. There's nothing I can change about that. Fine. Okay. Well, let's make our own component then. Because yeah, this looks like trash. So start battle, and we'll just put this inside of an HBox container. And we'll also add in a texture rect. And this is going to be an Atlas texture, which has this 192, 160. What? How did this? Oh, there we go. We can scale this up by 2x. I think that's probably better. I can't change the scale of this though. Welcome back. Thanks, Fanatic Bind. Wait, did I? There's the command. Yeah, thanks for the welcome back. Thanks for the resub. I've got a little bit more about the vacation here in the vacation command. Oh, custom minimum size. There we go, 32 by 32. And then we'll just say keep aspect centered. Okay, there. Actually, possibly it looked better even slightly bigger than that, although I know I'm... Yeah, and then keep this from expanding upward. Yeah, great. All right, something like that. And then whether this whole thing should be inside of a container at all is questionable. What if we just put this here and hid this? So yeah, there'd be a start battle button. We could eventually even kind of make this thing glow, or I don't know what. Although actually, now that I think about it, I think it probably is it is pretty reasonable to just get rid of the size on this. Something else has a minimum size. Where is it? Oh, I see. Okay, just don't fill this. Yeah, something like that. And then I think we're going to move this whole thing out of the instances container, which means something else is going to have to manage this. Okay, let's write that down. Update the nudge text from the guild master about clicking the button at the bottom of the screen and the animation and stuff. Hey, Skogel. And yeah, it's exciting. I had a lot of tropical fruits. Okay, so now this is no longer battle placeholder, it's just a start battle button. So let's say this is its own scene. Start battle button. Yeah, hey Callisto. Oh wait, whoops, what did I just do? Okay, no, I say that correctly. All right, so start battle button. Interesting. This has a unique name. And this doesn't have the access as unique or whatever, I guess because it's the root. So now we need to show this somewhere in the world. Probably just, yeah, in the UI layer. Instantiate scene, start battle button, and just throw that over here. Oh, we should use anchors for this. What am I doing? Anchor to the top right. And then set the margin somehow. Here we go. Anchor point. What in the world does this do? I have no idea. Anchors the left edge of the node to the origin, the center, or the end of its parent control. Don't I want to just set this to... Whoa. Left to one and right to one. Yeah, okay. Yeah, then I guess we just increase this thing. Is this not working? Doesn't seem to be doing anything. What do the anchor offsets do? Oh, there we go. Okay, so we set this to negative somewhere, negative 20 and 20. There. Yeah, just the offsets. Okay, so this has a button, but nothing knows to listen to it now. And the instances manager isn't going to have this anymore. And I'm going to need to change a whole bunch of scripts. Oh boy, start battle button. All right, what did you do? Start battle from placeholder, which went to what, the town? Probably. Yeah, the town. Okay. I think we can delete a lot of that then. This is no longer a placeholder thing either. So we'll set this up from here for right now. Actually, no, we shouldn't. Let's just make it its own scene. Oh, all it's going to do is have one button. So I guess it doesn't really need to be its own scene. And we'll manage the... No, I will make it its own scene. Or I will give it its own script, I mean. Attach script. Source / scene script. All right. So private button. And public, should just know what I want. Good. And the on button press is going to come from over here. On start battle from placeholder. We're probably going to need to rename some of that. Where'd the task go? This, yeah. Potentially rename that. Cool. Now pressed plus equal on pressed. I guess just go make that. And then invoke it. Good. It's not called button though, it's called start battle button. And it's not a panel container as far as we care. And it needs a namespace. Cool. Next, let's go get this from the town. And fetch this here. This should have a unique name, right? It does not. Now it does. Start battle button. All right, and then I want to set this up somewhere. I'm just going to put it in here for right now. We're going to have it be hidden by default. And on start battle from placeholder, we should already have this somewhere. Yes, we do. Can you round the corners and maybe make that start battle button a bit more bold? Also, I'd suggest scaling the sword to match the text. Hi, Syntonic. I'm not actually sure. You probably can round the corners. I'll write this down as a task for after what I'm working on right now. Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the suggestions. Okay, so the problem we had here is that this, oh no, start instance is fine. Oh, that's a Syntonic message. All right, now we delete this and instances manager doesn't need the button anymore. Yeah, this doesn't exist. Start battle from placeholder. So this set it to be invisible. Why? Oh, I think I know why. I think it was because people thought that the start battle button was the confirmation button. So I needed to show it again afterward. Okay, I don't think we'll have that problem if it's anchored to the upper right of the screen. But I don't know where else we do this. Yeah, there it is. Closed start instance UI. So I got to search for this. But now I think this file in isolation should be okay. Yes. So now we need to go search for that. On chose instance party. And on close start instance. All right, I'm gonna just comment these out for now. Where does this get called from? We know when we close the thing. Maybe we should disable this still. Yeah, I think we probably should. Okay, so then we'll just change this to be to hide the button. Oh, we can't hide the button though. We need to hide the entire control. So I guess this dot show. That's not even how this should work. All right, let's not worry about that for right now. Let's just comment that out. All right, let's see if the button works. So first I needed to show up. It did not, because nothing knows to make this thing show up. Where did I do this inside? Oh, I know what I did. I'm showing the entire instance view. The instance view should show up no matter what. It just won't have anything in it. So we turn that to be visible. And then we get the start button. Start battle button dot show. Yeah. And then this shouldn't be show instances view. This should probably be like show start battle button. Yeah. Okay, so we build this, hire our adventurer. It breaks immediately. Wait. What? What was that? I just couldn't click the button? Oh, I think I know what's happening. There's an invisible thing blocking the button. Yeah. Because I think the 280 pixels on the bottom of the screen are still being taken up. They're just invisible. Yep. Oh, that's a good thing to realize. Oh, which means that was already a problem. Oh, well, 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 well. All right, so you here somewhere, you need to have... Actually, the filter is set to pass, but I guess we need to know that you... I think I need to put this in an instances container. Oh, darn it. Yeah. Yeah, we need to set this to pass and this to ignore. All right, well, that's going to break everything. Let's go fix it. This is unhandled input in instances. Actually, maybe this gets hit? I don't think so, though. I might have broken dragging instances, but I should have fixed the bug with not being able to click higher at the bottom. I did not. Why, though? That means that this has a width of the entire screen? It does. Oh, that's probably how I meant for it to be. And it just shouldn't be that way? No, not okay. I see what we need to do. We need the instances to know that you've dragged. So it's got to call into its parent, and then this needs to be set to ignore as well. Okay, then I'll just delete this for now. And I'll just write a note to fix it. Get dragging to work on the instances to scroll them. I need the listener to be on the instance slot itself, not the parents, since the parents span the whole screen. Okay, let's try that out. All right, good. So it's no longer blocking this. I can drag from the bottom of the screen. Were there issues here? There are. What is the issue? Battle placeholder not found. What's even looking for that? Oh. Well, let's delete all of that then. Okay. All right, so now there should be no errors showing up. There's still this one. Start battle button not found. Coming from 14 here. Because that should have been a percent sign. Wow. For just adding a button, I sure broke everything. Although some of that made sense because I moved it into a different part of the scene tree. Now are we good? Yes, now we're good. So now when I hire the first adventurer, I get the start battle button, and when I click it, yeah, it opens this. Unfortunately, it's off the side of the screen. I specifically have code to prevent that. Where is that code? What is that thing even called? Start instance, I think? Yeah, don't you have code in here to reposition yourself? Position a mouse. Oh, it only changes its Y position. Oh, because its X position would have always been in a reasonable position to begin with, but now it's anchored to the top right. Okay, well then we just need to do the same thing here, right? Oh wait, there's clamp to screen. That should have already worked then. Oh, but we're using the size of the wait. Yeah, rect.size. We need to use the minimum size. So we need, oh, we are passing in the minimum size. What? That's strange. Huh. Also, I guess we don't need this here anymore. But that's only going to change the Y coordinate. Is there a way for me to have this thing show automatically? Yeah, good. Right, there is that close button there, yeah. Oh, weird. It knows that, huh. Something's off about this. I don't know what's causing it to be a problem though. Hey, Darkstorm. It's like it doesn't know the size of this extends. Okay, well let's try a couple things. Let's put a breakpoint here. And let's click that button and figure out what it thinks its minimum size is. It thinks it's 360 pixels. Okay, so now let's go and figure out how much it actually should be. I'll just drag a box around this. I might be off by like 1 or 2, but yeah, it thinks it's 400. So it's 40 pixels off, which is why we're only seeing CLO. Yep, there's the 40 pixels. So that 40 pixels, how big is this button? It's 53. I'm trying to figure out why it would get the wrong width, but there's a whole bunch of reasons why this can happen. And I think I have it written here somewhere. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that. Okay, call get minimum size instead of size. If that still doesn't work, wait for process frame. Invisible nodes may not ever have their proper size reported. Position a mouse is called once this is visible though, right? Yes, show. Okay, well then let's try that code I have written here. Private async task. All right, now I was going to say I'm not waiting for this. I don't really care. If this positions it correctly, then it does mean that we just don't have the right size. So let's try that out. That actually did not fix things. I wonder if it had... Now it's not even positioning it at the CLO. It's positioning it at the C. Very strange. I don't see anything I'm doing wrong here. And unless clamp to screen is broken, which I would be surprised if I messed this up. The maximum position this thing could be at is 1920, which is what this is going to be. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is 0. Yeah. That's not size of its position. And then the minimum of the rectangle's position, the right side of the screen, minus the size of the control that we passed in. Yeah, I think that's right. Wait, we know that's right. We know the problem is that this isn't computing the right size. Yeah. This needs to be printing 400, I guess. All right, minimum size is 342. Yeah, so it actually thinks it's smaller than it was. I wonder if there's some other layout that needs to be happening that isn't happening. Although for whatever reason, I positioned it over here now. Oh, because the mouse position changed. Oh, and that's why we were getting CLO, is because I did start a battle and then we won it, and that put the dungeon into this. So maybe it's this table not getting laid out correctly. What are we showing? Start instance. Player wants to start battle. Something here. Not hide, yeah. This must have been initialized, yeah. Okay, I have another thought, which is that this has to do with the close button itself. The close button is just oh wait, it is inside of a container. Oh, well, then that thought is no longer a potential hunch. I thought maybe I was like floating this out in the middle of nowhere and that was the problem, but it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I'm not sure. So it's resetting this UI every time. Maybe it's the error. You need to have at least one adventurer in your party. What if I just set this to nothing? I'm just trying to figure out why it thinks this size is wrong. Like maybe it is the correct size and then something changes the size afterward. No, it's not the error message then. Because clearly there is no error message. Yeah, it must be the instance list. So where does the instance list get set? Initialize it here. Set up instance grid. Populate instance list. Is anything strange happening here? No, everything just gets added immediately. It's not like this is asynchronous. Huh. I don't know. I don't know what's doing that. The minimum size is wrong. Godot misreporting minimum size. All right, let's just go to their GitHub and see if we can find something in here. incorrect minimum size. I'm not sure. And I've looked into this sort of thing a bunch of times, and I thought my notes were exhaustive on this. I guess not. Maybe searching for minimum is a mistake. Container incorrect size. It's different than the design custom minimum size. I don't think. Wait, what's interesting is this has a minimum size of 400. So how is it ever giving me like 342 for this? Am I doing this on the wrong component maybe? This is of start instance, and this is what this is, start instance. Yeah. That should be correct. What's wrong anyway? I'm somehow this dialog, I'm trying to get its minimum size, and it's reporting that it's less than what it actually is. It's saying it's 342 pixels and it should be minimally 400. So I can't position this thing on the screen correctly. And I'm not sure why that's happening. Yeah, I don't know. What else do I do to get the container size? What else do I have written down here? Did I even just show this? I guess so. Max size on parent. The parent of this is this UI. This is just a canvas layer. I don't think that's going to help. I wonder what happens when I just ask this thing for its size, not even its minimum size. So I should probably close this now. All right, what does it think the size is? It thinks the size is correct. What? I don't understand that. I definitely don't understand that. Yeah, wow. Well, whatever. I guess we can just use the minimums or the size then. Is this different? Is custom minimum size different from minimum size? Is that what Monadic Bind was saying? Always at least have this size. Control nodes have their internal minimum size returned by get minimum size. Depends on the control's content. The actual minimum size is the maximum value of this property and the internal minimum size. Get combined minimum, what? Combined minimum size. Oh, wow. So that's what I should have been using this whole time? And then this would have just worked? I didn't know that was a thing. In which case I just need to update my notes. Oh, look at that. It works. Okay, well, then there we go. Learn something new every day. So get combined minimum size. And then note the reason why you have to get the combined minimum size is a bit peculiar to me. But minimum size can report a size smaller than custom minimum size. And well, is because minimum size can report a size smaller than custom minimum size. So combined minimum size is the larger of the two, which is the actual minimum size. Custom minimum size might be different than min size, but what is min size then? I don't understand what that even represents. What is this? See custom minimum size. Where is that? Here. Minimum size of the node's bounding rectangle. If you set it to a value greater than 0, 0, the node's bounding rectangle will always have at least this size. Note that control nodes have their internal minimum size returned by that. Yeah, I don't understand what this means, internal minimum size. I don't understand what minimum size actually is. The documentation says it's the internal minimum size. The default minimum size of that node. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I guess at least I have a way of working around this, which is nice. So I just delete all this stuff. And now anywhere that we call clamp to screen, we probably need to fix this issue. This just uses size. This is of a tooltip though. This uses get minimum size. This should probably be combined minimum size. What even is this? Show loot item tooltip. I'm guessing there aren't even problems with this. I didn't see anything go wrong, but maybe there could be. This we just changed. Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Now in this particular case, we wanted to probably pull away from the edge of the screen a little bit, but it's not worth working on that right now. I think as long as we have this visible, it's okay. So we click start battle. We need to hide the start battle button. That's what I said I would do here, but that was commented out. What was it called? Start battle placeholder. Here it is. Yeah. All right. So start battle button dot hide. Oh wait, this is what would show it again. And this is what would show this. But this isn't how this should work. It should be start battle button. Should only show it if you don't have 3 instances running, which is some code that used to be over here, I think. Yeah. When you start an instance, if you have 3 of these, then hide the button. In which case we don't want to show this. So I'll just make a like show start battle button. Actually, we already have that function. So yeah, let's just remove these and say show start battle button. And then in this function, we'll check to see how many instances you have, I guess. How do we figure that out? I guess this had a way of telling us, right? Because I already had this over here. Get instance slots.count. Yeah. So instances manager. We can just make a field here, public int num. Hang on one second. Okay, I'm back. So num instances or num open instances or num I don't even know what num instance slots. That's probably pretty good. Yeah. Hey Gazella, thank you. An event should not follow a property. You think we have that? We might have that. Let's take a look. Slots.count. Well, I guess we can replace this now with this. Okay, so over here, we check if instances manager.num instance slots is, I guess, less than 3. What I'm trying to think is, when do we hide this thing? And I guess the start battle button should hide itself when you click it. Hide. This is so that it doesn't get in the way of the resulting dialogue. I'm going to write it as a comment like this. Prevent this button from getting in the way of the resulting dialogue. You learned a code on stream, or was this something you had in background before? Yeah, I had already known how to code before streaming. And this command should explain hopefully everything you're curious about. But do let me know if you have any other questions. Okay, so now when I click start, that thing hides itself. We see this dialogue. Although it's also starting a battle. How is that happening? That part is peculiar. I don't know how that's happening. I might have written some custom code for that somewhere. Maybe the number of adventures you had. It would be in start instance, that's for sure. And it would be in this function here. Oh, and now this doesn't need to happen the way that it was, right? I can get rid of this and get rid of this. Let's see if that works. Well, thanks, Enderman. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. What am I doing? I'm clicking the create instance button. That's what's starting the battle. Oh, my God. Oh, I was trying to find some code that just wouldn't have existed. All right. Well, at least I positioned that in the right spot. All right. So then don't I have a comment now somewhere that I meant to delete? No, I guess not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 148. And we can delete this too. All right. So the way I meant to test this, because what I'm doing is bypassing having to click like 4 times. Normally you'd build the guild and then you'd hire your first adventurer. And as a new player, you need to read all these dialogues, but I don't. So I was just clicking start battle. Anyway, now this pops up there. So now the guild master should tell you, use the button at the top right of the screen, bottom of the screen. So at the top right of the screen. There we go. Is that a full keyboard to split? No, this only has 36 keys. So it is not a full keyboard. Got to use layers for everything. Check out the keyboard command. Now let's see if that works. Nice. All right, looking good. There is a command for everything. Right. Yeah, so use the button at the top right of the screen. So you click this and you can pick your battle party. I don't want you to have to go through that dialogue, but I'll focus on that later. All right, so I think we're good on that. That part's done. Get dragging to work to scroll them. Yeah, I broke that. Potentially rename on start battle from placeholder. Oh man, the word placeholder probably exists in a bunch of spots and shouldn't exist anymore. Oh man, yeah. Well, that one doesn't matter. What is this? Placeholder. Oh, like, what is that text? The label. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Also look for delete me. You mean this thing? This still needs to be there for right now. I haven't coded the way around that yet. But yeah, let's search for a placeholder and let's go change all of this stuff. Close out of all these tabs. I don't need these open. Okay, so that one's fine. This is going to be on start battle. Yeah, let's just call it on start battle. On clicked. Unclicked is probably better. On start battle from placeholder. Yep, cool. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Delete those actually. Okay, so player wants to start battle from placeholder. What does this actually represent now? There are 2 ways of starting a battle. One is clicking this button, and the other one is changing your battle party from a battle that already finished. So maybe player wants to start fresh battle. Yeah, I think that's good. All right, so it's likely the player will want to go to the very first instance if they're still using the fresh start button. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I'm kind of surprised I don't have that as a command. I have Godot as a command, right? Yeah, anyway, I'll add that. Adam is using Godot for Skeleseller. Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with that. All right, get dragging to work. That's going to be another commit. Let's just move this down. Wait, where's the drag button? It only shows for parent items? Oh, come on. I want to drag this and move it down. Oh, fine. I'll just do it this way. There. Okay, so next would be this, which Syntonic suggested, which is round this. There's probably a way to do that. Now, it was a lie. Now it is no longer a lie. So where is the start battle button? Here it is. So we want to round the background of this. New, I have no idea how we even do this. Style box line, maybe? No. Style box flat. Corner detail? What does it even mean? Sets the number of vertices used for each corner. For corner radii less than 10, 4 or 5 should be enough. Okay. Let's set a radius of 5. It said if you set this to 1, it results in, oh, cool. Yeah, I don't want to do that, but interesting. It says 4 or 5 should be enough. I don't know what I want to set this to. I am not an expert at this. Sure. Why are they rounding in the vertex shader? How else would they round this? Because this is probably a texture that can render, right? And they're, yeah, I don't know. I suppose it doesn't matter too much to me because I'm just trying to get this thing to work. What am I changing the color of right now? What is it even doing? Border color. Oh, whoops. I don't care about that. Or do I care? Syntonic has one. So that means I should have one. We can make it a little bit darker or blue or something. Sure, there. Now border width, let's set it to like 3 all around. And then more of a margin than what we have. Just compute opacity. I guess you need to do it based on the pixel position. Like the actual fragment you're drawing. Which, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it was just easier to say, let's make a curve here. Okay, so this looks better than it did. I want this to be darker. Well, I guess it can't be that dark because the sword is gray. And then this entire thing is going to be the button. Which is another problem we're going to have, right? So this would just be a label. But to make the whole thing into a button, I don't think you can have... Let's try something. Can I put this as a child of the button? No. Oh, I mean, I guess I can. This would be nearest. Then we would delete this. And then we would need this to still count as the size of the button, which I guess doesn't really work. So yeah, we would need some kind of custom button for this. I don't think it's worth doing this just yet. Because when you hover over a button, you want it to highlight itself. And we could do that. We would just need to, we need to make a custom component. Do we fix the text mixed with icons? No, no. Although this isn't a problem so much. Buttons can have an icon We just don't ever have to use this. The problem we had is there was a rich text field where we need both text and a sprite to show up. That I don't know how else we would do. So we need a way around that at some point. But we'll worry about that later too. I don't think I want to spend too much time on this. I think for now, whatever we had looked kind of good enough. Which now means we probably shouldn't even have a border around this. Yeah, maybe we just delete the border for right now. Wait, that's not what I meant. I just want to turn off this. That's still going to look weird, isn't it? We'd have to delete the background. All right, let's try that for right now. No, that looks bad. All right, let's go back to what we had then. And we just, yeah, let's go back to what we had. Can I just Command Z all of that? Yeah, that'll at least look better, but it's not going to function like how you might expect where the entire thing is a button. Yeah, so you still have to click the button inside of this. And it looks kind of like a notification. Maybe a simple background with no border. I think the problem that I'm trying to communicate here is you'd want this entire thing to be a button. But in order for us to do that, we need proper hover styles. And I just don't feel like writing the code for that right now. So for now, this is good enough. It's functional. It doesn't look great, but whatever. In fact, maybe we should move that away from the edge a little bit more. Where do we even show this thing here? Start battle button. And where's the positioning? I don't know where. Where's the thing I had to let me set these offsets? Huh. I don't know where they are anymore. Maybe it was in this scene? Man, I don't know. Can't you just make the whole thing a button? I don't think so, because I don't think it would know how to apply the theme for hover styles to the icon that I want as well. Yeah. I could add a script to this. I just was saying I don't want to do that because it's not super important yet. But that's what I would end up doing for this. I would just handle hovering myself. I am so confused as to where those sliders went. There was some way that I had changed this. I don't know where it is anymore. We could just manually change the position, I guess. If I set this to 40 and this to 90. No, that's the height. What am I doing? This to just minus 20. Which sliders? When I set the anchor for this, I saw there was like a 0 to 1 slider on everything. I don't know where that went. Maybe it was under custom? Oh, it was under custom. Oh my goodness. Okay. And it just knows that this is top right. Okay, that's funky. So if I save this and I leave this screen and come back to it. Huh. No, it still says custom. I don't know how I undid that then. But yeah, those are the sliders I was looking for. All right, well, whatever. All right, we got our button there. So what was next? Next is filing an issue out of this, I guess. Yeah, maybe when I Command Z, maybe that did it. That could have been possible. All right, so polish, make a new button element out of what Syntonic had suggested. Let's copy that down to there. Okay. All right, I don't care about this stuff just yet. What are you looking for with hours? I think the closest thing I have is this. Are you looking for uptime maybe? I don't have an uptime command because it just shows on Twitch now. But I've been online for 2 hours and 16 minutes. Oh, total amount on the project. Yeah, I don't have a command for that. That would be sort of hard to keep a running count for. Plus, the other thing is there's stream time, which is very easy to figure out because you could just go look through the past broadcasts. It's pretty much all Skeleseller stuff. Although even that's a little bit tough because every once in a while there's like a 1 hour segment of a different kind of content in there. And then there's the off stream time, which I just don't track at all. Well, I guess the everything thing is wrong. You got me. You got me there. No idea what the anchors were doing until I watched this. All right, I'll check that out. All right, let's see what we even did here. I can't scroll down. It's just stopping me from scrolling down. What is going on? I've never had my editor fight me like that. Yeah, I can't scroll down. What's happening here? It's just scrolling back up to the top. Oh. Okay, if you get past the first file, it works. Yeah, nice. Checks if anyone re-uploaded your videos lately. I think YouTube automatically lets you know because every time I upload a mentoring video, it tells me, hey, someone stole one of your videos. And I'm like, no, that's me, YouTube. I can take my own videos. All right, this is good. Good. Yep, it's all looking good. That shouldn't need to happen. Yeah, that shouldn't need to happen. We can get rid of one line of code by just doing this. There. Goodbye, line of code. Cool. Yeah. So move button to start battles. It's no longer in the instances view. It is anchored to the top right of the screen. I also just learned about get combined minimum size, which is probably the more accurate way of getting the size of things when positioning on the screen. At least for the start instance view, it's necessary to use that instead of minimum size because minimum size under reports the X of the width, I guess. Yeah. Gonna try one more. Art. Okay, we'll alias that. By the way, if you want, you can test any command you want just on the main commands database. It's right here. So now art exists, but it didn't just a second ago. And it was just an alias for credits anyway. But yeah, this has all the commands we made over. What is cake? Oh, the comic? I remember this. Yeah, all right. Well, anyway, lots of commands. All right, so get dragging to work on instances. I need the listener to be on instance slot itself. Can we put it on this? What even is this thing? All right, just close all tabs. I don't care. Instance slot. What are you? You are a sub viewport container. Oh, is that going to cause problems? What is your mouse filter set to? Pass. I don't know. But I just turned it off completely, so now you can't scroll. So let's go try to move this from here, I guess. This is going to be annoying. Yeah, this is going to be really annoying. Well, I say really annoying. It's going to be mildly annoying. I won't even remember that it was annoying about an hour from now. Hey, Paj. See I'm a real YouTuber now? Wow. Good job. You know, I did not end up watching the new video. I've been pretty busy, but I didn't end up watching a new video. Do you like, what's that game called now? Something human. I forgot what it's called. But anyway, do you like the game or do you not like the game? What's your hot take now? Sum up your entire video for me. Oh wait, this we need to keep there. This we don't need to keep there. We need is dragging to be over here too. One's human, yeah. I typed in almost human and it's a TV show. Pretty good, taking a break from it to work on other stuff. Other projects, you mean? That sounds very adult of you. No comment about what motivates you to continue working on projects. I think one is just kind of a natural motivation. Like, I want to make a game. The other thing is that streaming really helps with accountability, which is the biggest reason why I'm streaming. I only stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday now. And Tuesdays were originally supposed to be YouTube days, and Thursdays were supposed to be catch-up days. And my schedule's just been like all over the place lately. So I have not been working on YouTube videos on Tuesdays, but on the days that I'm not streaming, I do find that it's harder to sort of get to work on things. And yet, while I'm streaming, I feel like I'd be faster if I weren't streaming. So there's no way to have the speed and the accountability, I guess, unless I just stop interacting with people or stop talking. All right, Paj. Well, it took, what, 80 hours to get there? But we got there. I'm just upset about the first boss fight, the bus. It's like you don't even interact with the bus. What's going on? It's just spitting out monsters at you. See, I watch your videos. At least up to that point I did. All right, what is the parent of instance slot? Instance is container, so the grandparent of this. So we're gonna just kind of hack our way through this right now to see if this works. Get parent dot get parent as scroll container. Math needs to be imported. I didn't know that. All right, we don't care about that stuff, and we're gonna kind of just hope that that's good, right? Yeah. All right, let's try running that. Like 240 hours in. Yeah, but I think at the first video you were like 40 to 80, something in there. And you said you were addicted, but you didn't find it fun. Now you said you're addicted, but you do find it fun. Very professional code. I'm going to change that at some point. I just want to see if this works. All right, we should. Oh, nice. It does work. Okay, so we can scroll now. What happens when we're on the end battle screen? We can still scroll. What happens if we drag by a button? Nice, we can't. Oh, apparent. What just happened? I was gonna say apparently. Oh, I see. I dragged out of the button, then back onto the button, then let go, which is considered clicking. That's totally fine. Also, what happens if we click this over here? It shows up on screen. What happens if we click it over here? Nice, nice, nice. Did you make your game good yet? Not yet. No, it is an unfun piece of trash. I joke, of course. What I've been working on is getting the resolution stuff to be fine. So it used to be that if your game window wasn't exactly 1920 by 1080, that you'd have problems with font blurriness. And now you can just resize the window to whatever you want. In a game like this, it does not give you an advantage to see more of the world. Or, well, I guess it kind of does, but it's like so negligible, it doesn't matter. Whereas if you were playing a game like StarCraft and you could zoom out and see the whole map, that would be a huge advantage. So yeah, that's what's letting us have a nice screen size here. This is what a lot of non-competitive pixel art games probably do, which is just let you see more of the world. So then the big problem was, okay, well, now what do we do if you're not exactly set to 1920 pixels wide with battles? And we have it so you can drag between the battles. You can also reorder them, although that's not done through the UI right now. And when you are on just a regular size screen, then cool, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to drag at all. How do you fix font blurriness? It was just by not having the game window scale at all. So the real reason was we had it set, I think, I'm not actually, I don't fully remember this, but we had scaling set to fractional. And yet we had the stretching set to viewport. So that's what messes with the font. I don't know if we can do that. So because you're making a 3D game, you can probably set your scaling to just canvas items, and that should fix everything. Where is that? Yeah, mode canvas items. I mean, that should work. Godot has this whole page on supporting multiple resolutions. Supporting multiple resolutions. And they have guidelines for just general game types. Where is it? Yeah, so desktop game without pixel art. Set the base window. Set stretch mode to canvas items. This is the thing that's going to give you the clearest font if you haven't already done that. Because if I set that, then the fonts look great, like amazing, but then the graphics don't look so good. But yeah, I think the fonts are pretty crisp now. Like everything looks readable. It looks great. So I'm really hoping this works. And when I'm done with this whole mega task here, I want to distribute this to a couple of trusted people and ask if it looks good for them. Call is not working because it would not scale a 3D viewport. Yeah, well, I don't know for sure, but this is at least the guidelines that they have for a 3D game without pixel art. So it's at least a start, maybe. But yeah, this stuff was not fun to figure out. A lot of the legwork was done on, or at least the foundational work was done on Wednesday, and now I'm just going through and actually cleaning up these tasks. I just upped the resolution from the suggestion. It looks much better. Yeah, there are a lot of things you need to do for font blurriness, and they're not all obvious. And one of them was, where is this? Maybe it was here. Yeah, one of them was this. I had no idea about this, but what is it? Multi-signed, what's it called? Multi-channel sign distance field. So the baseline of my font was like super messed up. Can you see it here? Yeah, you can see it here. Yeah. So you can see these letters are different Y coordinates. I had no idea what was causing that. And it took a very, very long time to figure that out. Anyway, I'm happy with where we stand now. But games are just a ton of work. All right, so I think we got dragging to work here. Now we need to get it to work properly. So instance slot should have some like on drag event, which means we got to go find an action. And this is going to pass in an integer, I guess. Let's put this here. It's going to complain that we put it in the wrong spot. Let's put this here and it won't complain anymore. Say on drag, on mouse drag. Yeah, now you just pass in an int. And the int is going to be the amount. And that is what's going to go here. Dot invoke. Cool. Delete that, delete that. Okay. And then over here, we get rid of his dragging. And where is the other code that I meant to delete here? This. So we just want to set scroll horizontal. All right, where do we do that? Add child right there. Instance slot dot on drag. Scroll horizontal minus equal delta. All right, that should work. Let's try that. And now we don't have get parent dot get parent. Okay. Let's try it out. Yep. It looks like it's working, but it looks like it's doubling the amount of the delta. How is that possible? I don't know how that would be possible. Maybe each instance slot is handling this? That's maybe what's going on. The zoom 2 thing shouldn't actually matter for this. I think it's just triggering 3 scroll events, which is... I can fix that too, which is going to be annoying. Drag. Actually, let's have it print this out too. Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see these in triplets. Probably should have put a space in between there, but it doesn't matter. It's just going to get deleted. Okay, so if I do this and I create instance and I do that and I drag. So this is showing up in sets of 2, I would guess. I'm not positive, and it might be slightly different. But now if I click it another time, yeah, that's what's happening. Now we're seeing lots of duplicated and quadrupled events. Okay, well, we can fix that by just checking which one the mouse is over, or only allowing dragging to be on one of these at a time, or only putting the event on the first instance slot. I guess any of those can work, but we need mutual exclusion somehow. Oh wait, we just need to mark this as being handled, right? What am I doing? Oh, that's easy. No wonder. All right, where is this part? Yeah. Instance slot done. All right, that should fix it. Whoops. Yeah, nice. That fixed it. Cool. All right, so mouse drag is fixed, and actually mouse drag is in a slightly better spot than it was before, I think. How large is the instance slot as a file? 86 lines. Yeah, whereas instances manager was already pretty long. So we got rid of some code from here. That's nice. Yeah. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, cool. All right, git allow for dragging instances again. I had broken this in a previous, or I had intentionally broken that. Well, I unintentionally broke it and then intentionally papered over it. Broken this in a previous commit. What was the problem? Oh yeah. When I realized that the instances manager was preventing all mouse input, even when there were all mouse input behind it, even when there were no instances open, which meant you couldn't drag the town camera or click buttons on the guild master. Okay, done with that. So make sure start battle doesn't even show up. It shouldn't take up the entirety of the bottom. Also, it should animate on the way in. Okay, so the animation part is the only thing we haven't done yet. And that's right here. Except you have to tween this. Instead of just tweening the position, you got to do something special. Because it's a control. I think that's how that works. Tween property. It's got to be tween method, I think. Yeah. I wonder if you can define a lambda inline. Have that work. Can we do that? Pause X to set position. Maybe float X. And we're setting the position of what? Oh, set position is just the name of something. So this is going to be start battle button dot set position X, and then our new vector 2 and start battle button dot position dot Y. All right, I don't think that's even possible, but let's try it. Target position doesn't exist. I'm just going to set this to 400. Duration 2. Cannot convert lambda to call it type callable because it's not a delegate type. All right, fine. We'll put this here for now. And I'll call this the same way this is called over here. There. All right. Transition type can just be tween transition type dot quad. All right, let's try that out. It's gonna, I don't know where 400 is on the screen relative to this or how it's gonna do it, but whatever. I just want to see, does this fly out from somewhere and go somewhere else, and then we can position it correctly later. Yeah. Looks so stupid. Okay, so it should go from, how's this working? Variant from and to. The from should be, actually, I wonder what its position is. Oh, this is the wrong position anyway. This should be the start battle button's position. Position dot x. This should probably be off screen, so like 1921. Just try that. I bet you can't click on me. Yeah, there we go. I don't think that catches the attention enough, but I don't know what would. I don't know if setting it to a shorter time. By the way, I need it to be off screen, but I don't want to hard code the number 1921. So I guess the clamp to screen takes in the viewport rect. So we want that. Or at least I think we want that. Also, none of this code should even be here. Let's just print this out. Would this also work on widescreens? If I get the viewport rect, it should. Although actually, I think this is always 920 regardless of what your monitor size is. But I don't know. We'll test it in a second. All right, what did that print? Good, 920. So now let's go use that. Dot size dot x. So we just do this plus 1, then that'll be correct. And now what we're going to do is test it, but make the window smaller. Yeah, I do think it needs other things to catch your attention. All right, let's make the window smaller. And let's click the button. Yeah, nice, it works. And since it's anchored, it should look good no matter where you move this, yeah. Anyway, part of the reason why we don't need to do too much about this right now is because the guildmaster will just tell you about the button. So let's say you didn't notice it at all. You build this, you hire an adventurer, and you didn't notice the button. After I think 5 seconds, the guildmaster just says, now that you have an adventurer, send them into battle, use the button at the top right of the screen. And you're like, oh, I didn't see that there. So at most you could be confused for 5 seconds, I guess. Oh, that's always gonna float in? That was kind of interesting, actually. Yeah, it always floats in. I don't want it to do that every single time. I guess it doesn't have a way of killing the tween when it's done. On tween finished. And that's an action. Tween dot finished plus equal tween dot kill. Does that fix that? Oh, wait. Oh, it's showing every time because I only have show start battle button. Oh, whoops. I don't care about that. I just need to make it so that this only happens the very first time it's shown. And none of this should be here to begin with. So let's go do this inside of the start battle button. We'll just make a public void show. How's the music journey been going? I've been working on this a little bit, the first town track. I'm still debating on, this is called LH piano, but I'm still debating on what instrument this thing toward the middle should be. Where's the music? There it is. So if you just listen to this. I think it sounds nice as guitar. I mean, that obviously isn't in context. This is what it would sound like. So I'm not sure what instrument that should be yet, but I'm leaning toward guitar. What is that program? That's FL Studio, Fruity Loops. But yeah, I've got about a minute of music so far, which makes it sound really, really bad. I've spent many, many hours on that 1 minute of music. All right, so we need to know how many instance slots there are. Or like set is showing. Bool show. All right, start battle button dot set is showing. It shows if this is that much, yeah. Cool, now we move all this code out of here. Took like a year to make the 3-second Windows startup sound. Oh, well then I'm on pace to complete the entire soundtrack. If show. Or just, I guess, visible equals show. And this should probably just say is visible. All right, then we have a tween. We tween this thing. We put the change pause thing over here. This is a better way of doing this. We don't need this anymore, or this. And the only other thing we need to do is keep track of whether we had this tween play or not. Private bool has run positioning tween equals false, which we don't need to write out explicitly. And then if, actually, if we just write if here, it should know what I need to do. Yeah. Nice. Now let's try that. I'm making the OST, yeah. Yeah, I did a stream. When did I do this? Yeah, these two streams, making music for Skeleseller. I had 3 themes I was working on, and this was the first theme. I'll play this while I'm talking, I guess, and you can hear what this sounds like. This is one of the themes that'll just play while the game is running. I mean, all these are just gonna be town themes. Now let's try this out. Good. Yeah, nice. It's working. There we go. Start battle buttons position. This image first shows. Okay. Done. I didn't actually make the rest of this. That's why instruments just drop out of there. But yeah, thanks. I really like how it's coming across or coming along. And this did take a lot of work, and there was a lot of like remaking the bass in this. But it's pretty good so far. All right, add a border around the instances so they're clearly separated from the world. Let's go do that. So this container is what would get a border. Can't we just put a border on this? No, because it's a box container. What had a border over here? A panel container did, but only because it got a panel. Yeah, I guess we need a panel. Were there ever thoughts of collaborating with the music streamer? Yes, actually, right before the pandemic, I forgot exactly what their name is. Chewy Melodies, maybe? Yeah, Chewy Melodies. Yeah, yeah. I was going to go visit them and have them teach me a little bit of, what was it actually? Like ear training or music improv. I'm not totally sure. And we were on board and we had this like planned out, and then the pandemic hit and we just never picked it up again after that. But that's the only collaboration I thought of doing. I was talking to my wife about it somewhat recently. I'm like, we never made that trip, and she's still up for it. And I haven't reached out to Chewy Melodies again. But I think one of the things with, if I were to do that, is I would need to practice quite a lot. Like, imagine if you knew nothing about playing music and then you went up to like some expert and they were willing to teach you. Like, they would teach you the same things that just any teacher could teach you because you don't know anything at first. So I think it would have been a waste of their time if I had just been like, oh yeah, I haven't played piano in the last 2 months. Teach me everything. My technique is rusty and I don't remember what I should be doing. Anyway, it's not a priority right now. But yeah, maybe sometime I'll get back to it. I have plenty of work to do with music anyway, with making the soundtrack. All right, so what I'm concerned about is that this stuff is always visible and it's always the maximum size. I guess I don't want this to fill. I want it to shrink center. Will that work? It might. Okay, well now they start at the left side of the screen, which even that could be addressed by just making this thing center the children. Oh, this doesn't know how to center the children. Oh, I see. Okay, so then I think we need to change this. I think we need a thing under this, which would be a panel container. And I think then we access as unique thing, whatever. So this instance of container, why is this even needed? This wouldn't be needed. This could have just been a panel container. Yeah, I think we can just delete this and just make this a panel container. No, but this being a box container knows how to lay out children. Okay, so we need a panel somewhere. Where do we need it? What level? I think above this. Yeah. Thankfully, we can just try them both out. It's not like this is going to be that hard to do. And then we'll make a new panel on here, style box flat. Let's make this be like super obnoxiously bright so I can just tell what's going on. And give it a border. Let's also make the border obnoxiously bright. What am I doing? How do I get the green color that I had there? I don't know what I'm doing. Whatever, that's good enough. All right, next, the border width. Let's set this to like 4444. And then make this thing take up the entirety of the parent. Expand, expand. And that's it. Let's see if that works. Yeah, there's a border around this. How about when we create instances now? Yeah, nice. Okay. So we would just make, wait, no, that's also now we can't drag this. Sure love breaking stuff. All right, now we can drag it again. But yeah, we need to change the intermediate state here. And I don't know how we're going to do this exactly. I only want this panel to be sized to whatever its children are, but it should be centered. So the panel container does not expand to fill the contents. But how do we center it? I guess we need a center container. No, but that would imply that the scroll container is always taking up the entirety of the screen. Maybe that works. Yeah, something like that. What just happened? Yeah, now there's just a border there. I don't like that. And also, this is in the wrong spot. This would have to be set to take up the entirety of the parent. Yeah, and then we'll have that border in the middle. Okay, so this is closer to what I want. And I just need to hide this thing when there's nothing there. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I want. Yes, good, 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 yes. Okay, now can we scroll this properly? Yes, good. Okay, cool. We did it. Now to just make this thing hide the panel container when there are no children. Oh, I guess we could just hide it by default. There, done. Okay, and then as soon as we add a child, instances container, we need to make the panel container visible. Okay. Hey, Daniel. Careful with such a generic, unique name. Well, if I ever do try to use it again, it'll just warn me about it. Private control panel container equals null. Panel container. All right, instances container dot add child. That only ever happens here, and then we're going to show this. We can only show this when there are children, since the panel container has a border. So we don't want a border to be floating with no contents. Have I tried cursor? What do you mean, arcane water? Hey, Peter. All right, let's try that out. So you should never see the bright pink background. Although we also shouldn't make it be bright pink, just in case you could somehow see it at some point. But yeah, now the border shows around this. The border is not super obvious that it's even there. Let's turn this off. And let's make the border be maybe a little brighter. I don't know what this should be. The AI thinking that's based on VS Code? Oh, no, I haven't tried that. I don't think I want there to be a bottom border. I don't think we need it to separate from the bottom of the screen. I'm gonna put this on the right side. I can't really show this at the same time that I'm updating it because this is really obnoxious to use when it's tiny, but I'll try to. All right, so we reset this. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah. I think you might want a border in between each one of these things, though. That's Copilot then, right? I'm using Copilot, yeah. I don't know if that's what you're asking exactly, but yeah, I use Copilot. Okay, and then here, I think you can set it so that... Can you make a border between these things? I don't know. We could just put each thing in its own panel container. In fact, that's maybe what we should have done. Then we'd have borders in between these, though, and we don't account for the size of them. I don't think I'm going to worry about that right now. Although, what happens when we have 3 of these? Yeah, now we have a scroll of like 4 pixels. Oh, man. I want it to not need to take that into account. Yeah, like it should look like this, I guess. -1 tile. That's one way we could do it. Another way is by just accounting for the borders on this and setting the minimum and maximum scroll value accordingly, I guess. I'm not totally sure what I want to do there. But I do want to take a quick break. When at 1080p, I don't want you to be able to scroll, and the borders make it so that you have to scroll. We should discount the borders on the sides or just not have them. No, not having them would be silly. All right, I will be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. APX, there was a change to revive, although I guess with only 3 players, revive wouldn't have mattered anyway, but there was a change so that it doesn't work in the last 30 seconds anymore. But you still came in third. Close the game. Okay, so can you set a minimum and maximum scroll amount on this? Scroll dead zone. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Rat. Custom step. Yeah, they don't have a way to do that. You can't even set the minimum maximum. It's just, can you scroll the contents or not? Okay, there are some ideas that I have for this. The problem is each battle screen is 640 pixels wide. So the total is 1920 pixels. However, when borders are added, it becomes, I don't know, like 928 or something like that. Which means you can now scroll 4 pixels in either direction. So solution number 1 would be to make this stuff fit. I guess solution number 1 would be like shrink the battle windows by a certain amount. But I guess then you could run into the same issue where you are 8 pixels smaller of a window and you now can still scroll this thing. This would still have the same problem when, I have another idea. When you have a smaller window, 1912 pixels wide. Solution number 2 would be only use a scroll container at less than 1920 pixels. Hey Bigfoot, I'm doing well. I've been making pretty good progress on the stuff I've been working on, which has been getting the like windowed view of the game to look good. So yeah, you can now drag to move these battles around. There's a border between the world. Another solution, and by the way, this is definitely the easiest solution, is just get rid of the left and right borders. Or maybe what if we got rid of them? What if we got rid of them only when you don't have 920 pixels wide? Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Yeah, that sounds elegant. Giuseppe, thanks for resubbing. Welcome back. Is that phaser you're using for the graphics? No, this is all Godot. Welcome in, Jamsy. Yeah, this editor is Godot. Phaser is a web game engine. And I don't know what their editor looks like. I guess they're all kind of similar enough, yeah. If you deliberately shrink your window by 8 pixels. Yeah, but I mean, the same problem would persist if you had a half-size window and only 2 battles, something like that. Got info for everything. Oh, I mean, I used Phaser in the past. I wouldn't just randomly know about every game engine that exists. Okay, I like this idea. So get rid of the left and right borders when you don't have enough space. The problem is it's not as simple as just getting rid of them. Maybe it is. Actually, let's try it out. Oh, in fact, guess what? We have the code saved because I thought maybe I'll need this in the future. So I'm going to just code this in the fastest possible way. We're going to put this here. We're going to go get window size changed. Wait a second. Where's the border? It's an instances manager. Okay, then let's put this there. Yeah. Okay. And now If the width is less than 1920, then we want to update the borders on the panel container. And now it needs to actually be a panel container. It can't be a control. There. So panel container dot border set width border. I don't know what it is. Okay, well, I give up. Let's go search for border. No. I don't have notes on this? No. It's like update theme constant or something. I don't know what it is. Style box. Panel. Okay, so we can get the panel and from here we can set it. Is that border stuff on it? Border thickness. Because of the total instance size, maybe. Yeah, that's a good idea. Although I guess I'm more along the lines of your first message, which is that's your problem if you have a weird size. But panel container dot panel. Oh, it doesn't have panel. Wait a second, what? What does panel container have? Why did it show here that it has a panel? Oh, theme properties. Oh. So I got to do one of those theme things. Add theme constant override, yeah. All right, what's the path to this? Border width, copy property path. I thought there was a function to update the theme of everything. I'll just look this up. Godot set border through code. There was a function that said like set all borders. I'm gonna change panel border via code. Get style box panel. Okay, that's how. Get style box panel. I think I did this somewhere, didn't I? I guess not. Border. This is a style box flat. Does this have border stuff? It does. Ha. Okay, so we just need to set this. So let's get that style box equals border left equals 0. Border right equals 0. Border width equals this. Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. If less than 120, we're going to set it to that. Otherwise, we're going to set it to whatever it was originally, which is 4. Although we shouldn't hard code that in here. And then set this to the border width in both cases and delete that thing. Let's try that out, see if it's working. Yeah. So now, why did that not save? Oh, I never saved it. That's why. Okay. Well, ignore the bottom border. But we make 3 instances. Oh, I see. We need to resize the window for that to work. Did not seem to work. Less than 1920 set it to 0. Oh, less than or equal to 1920. In fact, we could use it. We could make it so that the border. Okay, check this out. We can figure out what the difference is. Math.min of 4 and 1920, or width minus 1920. Yeah, so that you get only the size border you need. Actually, this makes me think that this shouldn't even be a border. This should just be a control that has a size, like a ratio set so that it can go down to 0 when there's too much space. I don't know if that'd be easy to do though. Okay, so we have borders, then we resize this. Unfortunately, there's no way on Mac to, or at least not here, for me to resize this to be like 2 pixels shorter than the screen width. So I need to move the window for that. Ah, it's still scrolling. And it's scrolling because we have borders here. I don't know what size the window's set to though. What is it set to? 1926. Oh, I see. This needs to be divided by 2. And then that'll work. Yeah. Okay. Now I think we're going to be good. So if I set this to 1926 again, it's going to be hard to figure out that I've even got it set to that. It's 1939 right now. Let's make 3 windows and then it should be easier to figure out. There. All right. What's the size of the window? 1939. Oh, I have 2 windows open. Oh my God. All right. I don't know which one's which. So let's just redo this. Whoops. I was going to say something didn't make sense there. Okay, so size is 1927. We should not be able to scroll. Perfect. Yeah, that's the right condition. Good. So yeah, we only have a thin border here. And if you expanded this a little bit more, it'll cap out at 4 pixels. And now you can see the border, but at no point can you scroll because of the border. So like here, for example, I think we're at exactly 1920. No, we're at 1923. That's exactly 1920. Yeah, no scrolling. All right, cool. And yes, this probably should be based on the instance sizes. So let's try it with 1 instance. Although with 1 instance, it's impossible because you can't make the window that small. Yeah, so I guess it's only when there are 2 instances. Oh, no, it's not that it's impossible. It's that you would want the border to render for that. Okay, cool. Yeah, we got to do that. Oh. Okay, so int instance slot size equals 640. Int num instances. I guess we already have that as a thing. Yeah, I could just do that anyway. What am I doing? I am currently, so I'm working on a game called Skeleseller, but within this game, there are battle windows it can show, and there are up to 3 of these that can render. And depending on your window size, I want there to be a border that renders around the left and the right side, but not in such a way that makes it so that border is accounted for in the scrolling container that's here. So that's what we're working on right now. And this shouldn't be too bad. So int instance, or like total width, equals that. And then I think we can just put this here, total width. And I think we should be good. And border width equals 4, or max border width. Put that there. That's actually a const. And to do, pull this from the original panel. That's dead simple to do. I'm just not going to do that yet. Okay, now let's try it. So create 1 instance. We have borders on the left and the right sides. That's good. We can't shrink the window beyond this amount. But if we have 2, that did not work. Why didn't that work? The total width in this case would be 1280. And our window size is 1000. Oh, I see. Because, okay. I need to call this function when more than the window size changes. It also needs to be whenever you add an instance. So we'll call this like update borders. Window size change. This will just be called from that. And anytime we call add child, we're going to call that. Yeah. And that should do it. Let's try it out again. What is this zoom code doing here? Oh, that was copy pasted it. Yeah, so the borders are gone, but if we expand the window size, we should get those borders back. Nice. They don't count for scrolling. Nice. All right, now if we add in another instance. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. And if we expand this beyond 1920, we get borders again. Nice. Nice. Yeah, cool. There's something that's wrong about this, though, which is that this is no longer centered. I thought I fixed that. Hey, Phil. What did I do wrong? Center container. This is set to fill the entire parent, and this is set to be the entire size of this. Oh. Okay, let's give this a color again so that I can tell where this thing ends. The panel container should take up the entire parent, right? This only happened when I expanded beyond 1920 pixels. Yeah, and then it's no longer centered. Whoops. Guess I don't care about that. What is the problem here? If this is taking up the entirety of the parent, and it is, and this is taking up the entirety of the parent, and this is sized by the parent. Oh, what's the problem here? The only thing I could think is that this can't go beyond 1920 pixels. Why would that be the case? Oh, maybe we just had to set expand. Oh my God. That's probably it. I guess that doesn't just automatically happen. Okay, I know you can't see this window because it's stupid how this works, but there. All right, please tell me this is centered. Still not centered. No. Everything should be set to expand. Yeah, it is. Dread. What am I doing wrong? What happens if I add in the instances after resizing the window? I can make this bigger here. It's set to 2603. And now I click. Is this working? Yeah. Oh, it's centered when I do that. No, it's not. Why are the first ones centered though? That doesn't make any sense. And this is only a problem with when it's bigger, right? Yeah. So I create one instance. Is that centered? Maybe it's not. Maybe it just looks like it is. Let's measure. On this side, it's 985. On the other side, it is 985. Yeah, okay, so then it is centered. So now we add in a second one. And I mean, that also looks centered. Then we add in the third one and it gets snapped to the left somehow. Wait, it's not snapped to the left. What am I talking about? Oh my God, is this a trick of, oh my God. It just looks like it's not centered because the left of the map, because I can't move the camera right now. Oh, am I just a dummy? Okay. I don't know if I needed to even expand this thing. Let's set that to false and see what happens. Yeah, I think it was just always working correctly. And I was just being a doofus. Let's try this again. Yeah. Oh, man. I just thought that was the edge of the screen. It's not. That's just the edge of the map. And you just can't move the camera. Okay. Everything's working fine. Well, whatever. All right, so yeah, I think we're in good shape. That is pretty nice. I am still a little curious about what the best color is to use for the border here, but just having a border on its own is good enough. I want to look at this one more time, but this time I want to just have one battle open. Yeah, I feel like this is a little bit strange. And I don't know what else to do, and I don't want to do anything about it. So just whatever. This is what the game looks like. But maybe you'd expect to be able to drag this window around or something, and you can't. Oh, that's broken. Showed up in the wrong spot. Yeah, a texture might make it look better, although it might still feel like you want to be able to drag it. Let's put this here. When editing your party/location, the dialogue shows off screen at first. Possible that we have to wait for the next frame. I wonder if that'll cause some jitter. Guess we're about to find out. All right, so what are we looking at here? Oh, right, that's right. There's a to-do item in here. I gotta fix the to-do item. Okay, so we need to get the style box here. So let's just save this. Private style box, flat style box. Or maybe like panel style box. All right, let's get that here. Then let's use that when it comes to this. And then let's get the original border width. Private int starting border width equals, it doesn't matter what it's equal to. And then we'll set that here. And we're going to assume the left and the right are the same. I'm not going to actually like write custom code for that. And then that can be done like so. Good. Now the only problem is that we have this hard-coded here, 640. This technically is already there somewhere else in the code, but just not as the number 640. It's computed from the number of tiles that we have. Oh wait, no, it's right. No, that's the one I was looking at. Yeah. Game constants. 640 is... Hey, Tolhu. Just ignore the complaints. Yeah. Stage width and tile. So this times 16 is half of the amount? No, that's not true. Oh my God, right. Because it's the amount that actually shows in the window. I think I might just make it a constant for right now. It's 20. Yeah, but it's actually 20 times 16 times 2. And the times 2 is because we have a scale factor set for the whole game. All right, well, fine. Let's do that. Public const int stage width or visible stage width in tiles equals 20. The number of tiles that you can see in each instance at a time. Okay, so now that number 640 can be computed by doing this times, or whoops, that's game constants. Game constants at that time, game constants dot tile size times the scale factor. Yeah. Okay, now what's the problem with this? Probably converting from float to int, yes. Because what scale factor is a float. So technically this should be a float, which is going to break everything else. This is the border width, although this should be just a math.floor or whatever this actually is. No, it's fine. And then this can just be math.floor. Well, this should just be an int then. Fine. Math dot floor and int. All right, now let's just print this out. As long as I print 640, we're good. Yes, that does. But Darkstorm just said something that makes me think this might actually be wrong. Which is that there's a camera zoom of 2. Oh God, what am I? Oh, what does it mean? We have an instance here. Instance slot has a camera. Camera zoom is set to 2, but then the scale factor is also set to 2. I don't understand why I don't need to multiply by 4 then. Oh, maybe, no. Yeah, I don't understand. If I set this to 4, then instances would be double the size, right? Yes. So it is multiplicative. Then why? Okay, let me do some basic stuff here. Let's go look at instance. We have a tile map here. The tile map. Isn't there a way to see what the tile coordinates are? I thought there was. Huh. I guess I just have to count. So fine, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. Yeah. So that's what I would expect. And then we multiply by the tile size. 16 times 20 is 320. I don't understand. Yeah. I'm just going to try this out and see if this makes something clearer to me. But it might not. How many pixels is this? Yeah, 320. Why doesn't the camera zoom come into effect? I don't have an explanation for this. I guess we could try one more thing maybe and just set the zoom to 1. This is going to have it take up half the amount of space though. And I know it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. What should this be calculated from then? The camera size is, or camera zoom is 2. The scale factor is 2. The tile size is 16. The number of tiles is 20. And the target size we know this has to be is 640. And if you just multiply all these numbers together, you're going to get double that. Yeah. There's something I'm missing here. My screen resolution is 1920. You change the stretch mode? No, that doesn't come into account for this, because there's still the scaling factor. The scaling factor is just an automatic scale that's set for everything. So if I set this to like 6, the game is going to look impossibly large. Yeah, like everything gets zoomed in. So that is definitely, that's taken into account, even though I don't have any sort of stretch set, because the scale is separate. So the scale is definitely taking effect, but so is the camera zoom. So why is it that I don't need to take why is it that I don't need to multiply both of these things? I just don't have an answer for that. But if we do multiply both of them, we get double the size we need. Is it because of my screen resolution? That's the only other multiplied by 2 that could be coming into play here. Maybe that's it. 640 points. I don't know. What does this look like? I mean, it looks exactly the same. Maybe I don't understand the changed mode and how scale affects it. Okay, this had no impact, by the way. I'll point this out. So scale is just, no matter what you do, scale is going to take effect. So scale is just going to multiply your entire game by this no matter what. The other thing that we had changed was the stretch mode, which is when you increase the window size, what happens? And we just disabled that. So this will never get any scaling caused by changing the window size, but we will get the scaling caused by just setting this number. So everything is automatically scaled up by 2, which means that each tile is actually 32 pixels, scale taken into account. But then the camera should actually make it 64 pixels, right? Is that true? Then we'd only see 10 tiles. Let's just look at that bush. The bush is 32 by 32. Yeah, how is that possible? I don't get it. I guess it is 32 by, or 64 by 64 pixels, but that's because of my monitor resolution. I'm missing something and I can't. Maybe there's something else that's scaling by half somewhere. Is that possible? Stretch shrink is set to 1 here. Excuse me, so that shouldn't be doing anything. And the parent of that would be here, and that's not doing anything. Hey, potato. I mean, 64 is then correct. So, but 64, that part's only happening because my monitor is at half of its native resolution right now. That thing that you see in Shotter here, it says it's 32 by 32 points. And in pixels, it's actually double. But then I changed my native resolution to this. And now if I take a screenshot, is the game still running? Yeah, now if I take a picture of this same bush. And then select it. So now it's 32 by 32 points and also 32 by 32 pixels. So yeah, I don't understand. Oh, but now our window has to, I don't know, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it kind of does, right? Because if you zoom the camera in anymore. Oh, wait, no, that's why. Because hang on a second. I think I understand finally. The instance size is irrespective of the camera. The instance is set to 640. The camera doesn't matter at all. Yeah, okay. Great. So why did we need the height originally? Because we don't need the height. Yeah, I think we're good here. Oh. This 20 probably needs to get taken into account somewhere, and I'm not going to worry about that yet. All right. Why is this highlighted? Oh, proceed by a blank line. Actually, this isn't even necessary anymore. We could just call update borders and have this do that. And when you have no children here, that we set all the borders to 0. Yeah, what if we did that? So let me just copy this out of there. And in update borders, we'll set num slots if num slots equals, actually, if we ever have a background, it's gonna be a problem, but I guess, yeah, if num slots equals 0, then just panels style box. There's a way to set all borders, right? Set border width all to 0. Oh, but then we're gonna have a problem with that we need to set the top again. Yeah, but that's fine. We can just do this. So now it's not border width, it's border size. And now it's not starting border width, it's starting border size. Got it. Okay, let's try it. So we should not see a floating random border when we start up the game. I don't see it anywhere, but I think I know why we're not seeing it. And I don't think it's because of the reason that I think. I think it's because this is just hidden entirely. Yes. And this is actually going to be a problem because we don't call update borders when this thing starts. But now we do, and now there should be no problem. This actually kind of makes me feel like we should just hide the panel altogether. Yeah, it looks like this is working. Yeah. Oh, it deleted the top border. Yeah, this is stupid. This is stupid. We're not doing this. We will call update borders, but we will just not show this. Panel container dot hide, and then just change it to this panel container dot visible equals num slots greater than 0. There. Now we don't need to do anything. We don't need to modify this top thing. This actually can be border width again. Where's the original width? There. Okay. Just waiting for this thing to load. Great. So no floating borders. That's good. We create an instance. We see a border. That's also good. We get rid of the left and right borders. That's fine. When you have more than enough space, we should show them again. Yep. Great. Great, great, great. Polish work. All right, I like it. Show borders around instances. These borders are smart. They know how to size themselves based on the current window width and how many instances are open. Yeehaw. Add a border, done with that, done with that. Okay, when editing your party and location, the dialog shows off screen at first. It's possible you have to wait for the next frame. Yeah, I'm not sure why that happened exactly, although we could do what I had from earlier, position a mouse. This could be an asynchronous thing that just waits for the next process frame. When does this happen? There's edit party / location, this thing, edit party button. That's here. When you press it, we call edit party. Edit party.invoke. What listens to this? I don't know, because I need to restart VS Code. So there. Yeah, for whatever reason, F12 just stops working in this situation. Let's see if it works now. Yeah, there it goes. Here it is. We invoke that, which calls into this, which calls into that, which calls show first and then position at mouse. Yeah, I think the problem is that since we call show first, then the position of mouse needs to wait for the size to be affected. So we could make this a return a task and then await the process frame thing. Public async. All right, now it's probably going to complain that we're not waiting for this elsewhere, but let's try that out. So we create one instance, we win that instance, we click this button, and it shows up in the right spot. But if we didn't have this code, it would show up in the wrong spot. I'm going to try that exact same set of steps. Create an instance, win the battle, click the button. Yeah, nice. Okay, that fixes it then. Cool. Wait for the size of the control to be correct, since we just showed the dialog. Now, will there be a problem in any other case where we do this? You could click this twice. Yeah, what happens when you click it twice? Oh wait, you can't click it twice because it covers the button. Yeah, no, there's no way to do that. Wait, no, I can press space though. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I wonder why it can't be positioned all the way at the bottom of the screen. Huh. That's a little strange. Maybe it just has to do with the mouse being too close to the bottom. Let's try that. No, weird. I don't think that's a problem. Like, I don't care about this is what I'm trying to say, but that is not what I expect. And you can position it all the way at the top, which means this thing either doesn't know its own height or there's a bug in the positioning logic. Margins? I don't think there would be margins in this. I mean, there's blank space at the bottom of this. What's doing that? Can I change the size of that? I can, but there's blank space at the bottom still. Yeah, what's doing that? Oh, the separation between, oh my God. Yeah, there's separation between that and the tooltip. Interesting. Do you intend to keep the channel as Adam learns? Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of weird branding, but I don't think I'll be doing game dev forever. Oh, I don't know what next year's gonna look like. I wonder how we fix this. Like, one way we could do it is to make a new parent. Excuse me. Make a new parent and then not put the tooltip into the VBox container. Although, actually, why does this even matter? We don't even need a separation here. We can just set it to 0, can't we? And then just shrink this. Yeah, sure. There, done. Well, there's probably an issue on other dialogues too, but let's go try that out. Yeah, now it works. Okay. Oh yeah, Darkstorm said the same thing. Okay, yeah. Well, the Adam 13531 branding was just, I feel like there are too many numbers for people to remember the name. And I'm still not sure what the mainstay content's going to be on the channel. I think it'll become more obvious in 2025. I mean, unless Skeleseller is like a just total runaway hit, then we're probably going to pivot to something else. And that'll probably be more kind of general tech content. But I don't know. Yeah, just randomly put other numbers at the end. Get some Raimu numbers there. All right, any problems with this? I don't think so. Oh, it says this is not awaited. I don't care that I haven't awaited this though. But I actually really don't care that this is the asynchronous part of this. Can we just not have this return a task and just not have anyone care that this is asynchronous? Yeah. I know those were Ryman's numbers. I said it after I actually read the numbers. Does that fix this? Adam13631. It might have been someone who just joined my channel. I'm not sure. I wonder. Let me try something. No, you can't. I was going to see if that would open up the viewer card and I could see. Not here in the start instance thing. Oh, here. I don't think that does it. Or maybe I need to restart. No, what? Oh, it would just complain in here, wouldn't it? No, maybe that did fix it. I can't tell. Is not following me. Okay. Yeah, maybe they just randomly made their account. Although maybe they made it for me and then never followed. Because there were people who made accounts like Adam13531's wife and not Adam13531. But never saying something in the chat is a bigger indication that they probably did not make it because of me. Yeah. So this is still happening, right? And if I did apply a wait, then now I'd have to make this async. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to poison the whole call hierarchy. C#. Purposely call async function. I want to not await the result because I don't care about the positioning. Like ignore async function. Safely call without await. I don't want to add a whole bunch of things to the call hierarchy here. I want, for all intents and purposes, for this to basically be considered a synchronous function. So I guess then we would encapsulate that in here. We'd make like a private void position at mouse on next frame. Make a fire and forget extension. Position next frame. Okay, then this goes back to being void. This goes to an async task. And then I want the caller of this to not care. Wait. Just went away, but it didn't go away in the other caller when I did this. That's it? Seriously? Huh. Yeah, but it's a stale error. I even restarted VS Code, right? Well, I didn't restart the entirety of it, I guess. I bet if I fully restarted it. Why is it still running? Do I have it open still? Oh, I guess that doesn't quit the process. I thought it would. Yeah, I know I only restarted the extension thing, but I must have incorrectly come to the conclusion that it did address things in the past, because at one point I thought it didn't, and then someone's like, no, that should work, and then I tried it, and I don't remember what the outcome of that was. That was probably like a month and a half ago anyway at this point. All right, well, this looks good. Yeah. This waits for the size of the control to be correct before positioning it. It should be called instead of position a mouse when you just shown the dialog. Great. So what did we just do? We fixed some tiny issue. All right, well, there are two separate problems here. One is this, which is remove separation of start instances, vertical separation of start instance. This was adding some margin to the bottom of the dialog such that it couldn't be flush with the bottom of the screen. It wouldn't look flush, not couldn't be flush. And then this fixes a different problem. Fix bug with positioning start instance. Its size was incorrect when it was just shown. I needed to wait for the next frame. All right. How have we like hardly tackled anything on this list? It's been almost 4 hours. In fact, I practically skipped my lunch break. All right, what are we doing? Can't have the battle placeholder expand any longer. I guess this is technically done by virtue of not needing it anymore. All right, we're going to rearrange a lot of this stuff. All the things that are finished, I'll just put at the bottom of the list. Yeah. Now let's see what's at the top of the list. So this doesn't matter. Update camera bounds when the window size changes. Oh, yeah. Allow dragging by the battle placeholder, show other battles. This isn't needed anymore either. Float battle windows over the map. That's done. That's done. That's not done. I just want to get an idea for what we have to do. I gotta get food soon. Consider moving some of show end of battle screen in the instance slot. Figure out whether I need this code, not anymore. Expand the map a bit so that the battle windows don't cover anything important. Is there anything else that's important to do? Okay, I think we're just going to need to keep going through these issues in the afternoon. I don't see anything major here, though. At least I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think there's anything major. Carousel feature needs UI. And I'm not even sure I'm super happy with it. But consider animating it when you use one of the buttons. Only show, or I guess like show buttons. Show arrow buttons for navigating the carousel. Only show the buttons when you can't fit the instances on the screen, i.e. the scroll container has a maximum scroll value of, say, 50 or like 250 or something like that. Can you even check that? I don't think that's a thing you can. Scroll. Oh, you can get the scroll bar. The scroll bar can probably tell you what the max is. Nope. What? Really? Huh. I guess it's just the difference of the width of the scroll container and the one child that it has. But it is strange that that's not exposed. I wonder if there's an issue about that. scroll container max value. Help if I type that correctly. Can't set and ready. What? How do they? There's no way to get this? Godot scroll container, get maximum scroll amount. Check max value. I think they got rid of that. Scroll container. All right, whatever. I'm going to try on just this thing somewhere. Dot max. Yeah, there's no max value. I mean, the documentation didn't have it. Scroll horizontal. Yeah, there's no... Just get the scroll bar. And that doesn't have anything, right? I mean, again, the documentation didn't show anything. There is a max value here. What? That didn't show in the documentation. Oh, probably because it's inherited from scroll bar. Oh, it's inherited from range. Okay, so that's how we would get that. I guess let's write that here. Note that you can get the maximum value by doing something like this. Okay. I want to get this stuff done today, but I don't know how hard that's going to be because I haven't looked through every single one of these things. And some of these aren't super important, like this. Allow switching between windowed and full screen. And we can just do that later. It should be easy, but it's just not important. Okay, well. Oh, that didn't work. Above. Continued working on the resolution stuff. What did we get done with today? I don't even remember. Get log -5. This is all today. Let's just get log, whatever. Okay, allow resizing the game window. That was just me checking it in. Then this was allow dragging instances, move button to start battles, allow for dragging instances again, animate start battle, show borders. Man, we've done almost nothing in terms of like real player impact. Ugh. Ugh. So a lot of it had to do with look and feel, e.g. moving the start battle button to a dedicated spot on the screen and handling borders around the instances. Yeah. Well, whatever. I'm still happy with this. You have to get done by the end of September are all here. I'm still working on the music track. We're working on the resolution stuff. That will maybe get done today, maybe tomorrow. New player experience is like 40, 50% there. I don't know. We've done some good stuff toward that. Post-battle stat shouldn't be too hard. Add 2 more classes. That shouldn't be too hard. Stop showing auto-battling adventures in town. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, this is very reasonable. I mean, when all's said and done with the music track, this will have taken like probably 15 or 20 hours or something like that. So it's unfortunate that it's going to take double or triple that long to make 2 or 3 tracks total in Wootsie. But that is development. So yeah, I think it's lunchtime. And then when we come back, Post lunch will be maybe like 2 to 3 hours, and we'll just keep tackling these tasks. So thank you all for watching. Hope you've been having a good Friday. I will see you after lunch, and then the next stream will be on Monday. And by the way, I posted on Discord in the news section about all the stuff that's coming up. We've got Eltman starting to open source Botland tomorrow. Mentoring, interview, mentoring, and then another kind of mentoring, but in the other direction. So if you're interested in any of that, please do check it out. It's gonna be starting next week. So yeah, see you later. Bye, everybody.